my food digest, um, I decided to do a quick live stream. I believe I'm going to make this topic about philosophy. Since I always get existential questions in the comments section sometimes, I figure why not just do a whole live stream about it? And, I can be as nerdy as I want. So it's a win win. Uh, you know, and this doesn't mean you have to have any particular background knowledge in philosophy, but just thought it'd be fun to see where this goes. Um, if people get annoying and drag down the conversation through trolling, they will be timed out, like I did yesterday with one or two folks. But otherwise, like I said, this could be fun. Just talking about philosophy. Once someone jumps in on the stream, no one did yet, and I always give it a few minutes. If within a few minutes no one contributes anything like questions, comments, things of that nature, then we'll just end this early and call it a do. But yeah, I just wanted to test this out and see if people would be actually interested in talking about something as cerebral as philosophy. Um, and for the record, I'm not a philosophy professor with a doctorate in the field, but I am a philosophy nerd, so I can know a few things. And usually, the really heady conversations wouldn't happen with people who don't have a background in the field anyway. The really complicated conversations will happen with people who are like professional philosophers that actually publish papers on different things. We're not going to that level. We're keeping this simple here. But again, for people who had just jumped into the stream, I'm doing a chat on philosophy. So any questions about philosophy or anything of that nature, philosophy, science, those sorts of things, history, we can chat. We can talk about it. Um, Someone asked, "Do I do MMA?" Um, you mean, do I compete? No. Do I know? Do I practice some of the styles done in MMA? Yes. I know a little boxing. Know a little Muay Thai. I know a little kickboxing. Um, I know a little judo and wrestling, but I don't compete. Don't plan on competing. If I do compete, it'll either be in Muay Thai or kickboxing or point MMA. Point MMA is a little bit different than regular full contact MMA. But if that answers your question, so I don't compete in MMA, but I do practice some of the styles done in MMA. Dexter is going on timeout. Like I said, I don't really have time for people who's going to drag down the conversation. Irfan Khan says hello, sir. How are you? Irfan, how are you? Mario Marindel says hello from Austria. What's up, Mario? A says, do you know Sigmund Freud? I Yes. I mean, I haven't read all his literature because he's within his lifetime he wrote a lot of stuff. But yes, I'm familiar with Sigmund Freud. Is there some particular aspect of Sigmund Freud's writings that you were were curious about? Because talking about Sigmund Freud is such a wide breadth of topics. Like he covered so many topics when he was alive, not just with pertaining to psychology, but things dealing with history and philosophy and and a bunch of different topics within those different fields of study. So a lot. But yeah, I'm familiar with Freud. I even have a Sigmund Freud action figure. And I think there's like a little joke on the card on the action figure card that says "Tell me more about your mother." So John Smith, if you don't cut it out, you will go on timeout as well, sir. And using big words, we're all adults here. If you're a child, then you don't need to be on the string. But grown men should know how to express themselves well. BJJ, no, I don't do that. I might learn it. The reason why I haven't really gone into BJJ was just because um, I don't like the community, and that's not to say most of the people. Most people who practice BJJ are very cool, but there's a certain type of personality that's attracted to BJJ that has turned me off from it, and also I think that it can, for self-defense purposes, BJJ can be great one-on-one, but being that in most urban environments you're going to encounter people with weapons or who are going to fight you in within a group, I don't think BJJ is as effective in those environments, but it's still worth learning. But I think because of all the marketing around BJJ in the last 20 years, it kind of turned me off from it. But it's a great style, and I still may learn it if I get the chance to. The last time I went to an MMA school, Crazy 88 here in Maryland, the schedule for BJJ kind of conflicted with the Muay Thai schedule. Well, what they call Muay Thai, it was really just mixed kickboxing. But in any case, the boxing and Muay Thai ran at a time that they were also doing BJJ, unless I wanted to do it early in the morning. And I told them I'm not doing a 6:30 a.m. BJJ class. Like I'm just I don't care about the art that much. That class is for the people who are serious about BJJ, and I'm not that into it. Plus, it takes an average of 10 years to get a black belt in Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, so that's that's a that's a big investment, and unless that's like something that you really like to do. 3 dislikes and 1 like says every 60 seconds in Africa, a minute passes. That's funny. Um, Mac 468L says finally some meat. Okay, he said, "What's up, bro? Happy Mother's Day." Well, happy Mother's Day. JRC Type One says, "Do you know who Mad Jack Churchill is?" Mad Jack Churchill. You're not talking about the former British Prime Minister, right? Other than that's the only Churchill that I know. Topic 19 says, "Would you rather shoot or stab someone?" Um, it depends on the motivation. Um, uh, you know, if it's out of anger, I would probably want to do something that I find to cause the most pain. Whereas if it's strictly for self defense, then I'm not going to take pleasure in it one way or the other, but I'll do whatever's the most efficient at the moment. So let's try to keep it strictly on philosophy, guys. I want to talk about philosophy. I don't want this to wander around. Like, like sometimes we'll do these live streams and I'll just say ask me anything. I want this to be specifically about philosophy. And these don't have to be you don't have to try hard to like make it something like cerebral sounding. Just whatever you topic you have of interest that pertains to philosophy or maybe even science or history, but generally philosophy. Jeremiah says I look amazing. Well, I appreciate it. Race realism, yay or nay? I think it's nuanced. I've actually spoke about this in a different video on Kamado. What I would say is, in in some uh, in some aspect, yeah, um, racial differences are real because, um, well, for one, there's something that we can all easily see. We can see racial differences amongst each other. We can see what's called, phenotypical differences amongst different groups, right? We can see those things. And phenotypical differences reflect genotypical differences. So phenotype or phenotypical relates to, like, you know, skin and facial features and stuff like that, where genotypical features, of course, refers to one's genetic background and so forth. And so one is a reflection of the other. So that's one hint that is biological or real, to put it in your parlance, race realism. Two, um, biological anthropologists can actually look at the skeletal remains of someone and identify that person's racial identity from their skeletal remains. So if you can recognize the racial identity of someone through their skeletal remains, that's a huge that's huge supporting evidence that that racial groups, even if we kind of misconceptualize them, but in some vein, that racial groups are biologically real. Not to mention, we have race-based medicine. So we know that there are certain illnesses uh, that only um, affect certain groups. Like, when we talk about sickle cell anemia, which predominantly affects black people from the sub-Saharan region of Africa and their descendants, they're more likely to carry the genetic markers for sickle cell anemia. And then there's many other ones. There's like one that affects people of Ashkenazi ancestry, which I think was like what, Klinefelter syndrome, or stuff like that. So you have different illnesses that attack specific racial and ethnic groups, right? And you have race-based medicine where now, people will go into medical school and be taught that, there are certain things that may be more likely to afflict a certain group of people than others. And the last bit of supporting evidence is that they are making they are militaries now that have in their research and development, um, prospects for making race-based weaponry. So once you talk about race-based weaponry, we're talking about something that's real. You can't target and weaponize something against something that isn't real. So I know that was a long answer, but basically, yes, I believe in race realism in a certain sense. But I think that it is often misconceptualized in a way that makes it easy to say that it's just, um, a cultural construct. So, Godlike says our research turns out that most streamers get lonely or depressed, and I just check up on random streamers. Just take a breath, close your eyes, and think about yourself and your goals. Think for your time. That's cool. I don't really need it, but I can appreciate it. Some people, I'm I'm streaming right now because I'm waiting for my food to digest before I go outside and run. I thought I was going to the gym, but it looks like it's getting a little too late for that. Um, because I don't want to go to the gym at 9 and then spend, especially if this is my friend's leg day. I do whatever he does on his when I go to the gym with him, and if it's leg day, that's going to be like a 2 hours on top of the commute back and forth. So I don't feel like, you know getting back home around 12 o'clock at night to hit the gym. The gym isn't that serious to me. My priorities when it comes to fitness is running, martial arts, and calisthenics. The weight training is supplemental. So I'm not going to be up till midnight doing that. It's pointless unless I'm out going to eat as well. JRC Tech one says it's kind of you got like yeah, like I said, I appreciate what he said. I said like it's not necessary for me, but maybe someone else in the comment section, it might be something that they might need to hear. Um, guys, um, be careful. Like, kind of not use the N word so much. Like, this is a mixed audience, so that's why I asked not to drop so many N bombs. Nothing says hello. What's up? God like is responding to JRC Type One about using kindness in the world. Nothing says philosophy is boring though. It's really not. That's what I'm saying. Like there are so many aspects. Philosophy touches on literally every domain that humans can think about. That's why it's not boring. And most people who think it's such have never taken a philosophy class. Trust me. Like we could break down like your YouTube handle. Nothing. Like seriously, it's not boring at all. Especially when you realize it touches on so many aspects of our lives that most people take for granted just because these are things that have already been um, have been worked upon by philosophers in past times. So it's not it's not that boring at all. I mean, if you think so, I can't dissuade you, but I don't think it is. JRC Type 1 says no same time period for Mad Jack. He was a Scottish commando in World War II. Just a history tidbit since you mentioned history earlier. Right. Well, not all history. Like when I'm saying history, something that relates to philosophy in some way. Because otherwise, like history is such a wide breadth of topics. We could be discussing all sorts of things within world history. And I don't know about you, but I know I don't have the brain space to know about so many different historical topics. I know about certain things, but it would be impossible to be knowledgeable about every single historical event that's ever happened. So when I say history, I mean like sort of stuff that relates to like history of philosophy or history of science. It, okay, because I'm not a World War II buff, and so I wouldn't know much about Mad Jack Churchill. Like I said, when you mentioned Churchill, I thought you were the only Churchill I'm familiar with is the former Prime Minister of the UK back in the 1940s or whatever. Key Rob says two genders. Bella says what's happening on this live. What's up, Bella? JRC Type 1 says a smart man exercises expansive knowledge and large vocabulary. The thing is, because, one guy was just saying something about why are you trying to use big words? No, I'm not saying you're saying that, but, the guy above in the stream. The thing is, this is how I actually regularly talk. And I know some people get the the inclination to think that I'm being pretentious, but I'm not being pretentious at all. This is just the normal way that I talk, which is one of the reasons I, I miss being at college because, to use so-called big words was normal amongst people, in academia. But once you leave academia, um, if you have a large mental vocabulary. I don't want to use the fancy word for it, lexicon, but if you, if you know, if you have many ways of being expressive about your ideas, then it can come off as, I don't know, maybe stilted to some people, or that you're being pretentious or whatever. And it's just not the case. That's just how I naturally speak. And I refuse to dumb myself down for other folks, because when I was in high school, I used to do that all the time. I dumbed myself down to try to fit in with folks. As an adult, I refuse to do that. What I will do is that if someone doesn't understand something that I say, then I'll then rephrase what I just said. But I refuse to dumb myself down for another adult when they have the most powerful computer at the press of their finger to understand something. So that's where I'm coming from with that. Manny says, "What's the topic?" The topic is philosophy, and anything pertaining to philosophy whatsoever, which is a lot of things, including science or history of science, that is. But yeah, anything dealing with philosophy, Manny. Red Hulk, Green Hulk asks, when you finish Iron Man 2, did Robert Downey hit you up? The whole, I know that I look like Don Cheadle. Again, I wish I had Don Cheadle money, but yeah, I don't. And I don't think I look like Don Cheadle, to be honest. He looked, well, he and I, if you put a picture of us side by side, or if you want to like Google it, we don't look very much alike. But it's funny. Guy like says, I'm really intrigued about the stream. You can explain all the stuff so nicely. LOL. I know I have thought of a few questions, the like how do you feel or think about the problem with all the genders? I don't know if that's a philosophy question so much as that gets into issue. Well, I mean, it's not a philosophical question, but it is a genuine question, so I'm not going to dismiss it. But I issues around gender and how many genders there are. I think that's that's an empirical question. I don't think that's a philosophical question. A philosophical question is something that deals more with things that are conceptual, or dealing with um, being clear about certain topics, um, or even logical analysis for the folks who are actually like entrenched in analytical philosophy, which is my background, analytical philosophy as opposed to continental philosophy. But yeah, so generally, philosophical questions are going to be more conceptual. A question about how many genders there are, and I have actually given somewhat of a answer about that in a previous video. That's more of an empirical question, because I don't think that you can arrive at an answer about how many genders there are just through conceptual analysis alone, or even through just doing thought experiments. So, and then, oh, and then one other thing I'll say about that, then people confuse gender with biological sex, and some proponents of multiple or variable genders sometimes like to purposely equivocate gender with sex when it fits their needs, and then distinguish amongst them when it doesn't fit their needs. So it's a messy topic. And I think it's more of an empirical question than a conceptual question. So now, if you can rephrase it in a way that is philosophical, then let's go at it. You know what I'm saying? Um, but then the question about how many genders there is more of a empirical question. I think. Regular guy says your voice is a bit soothing. Thank you. Might be the years doing psychology, like learning helping skills. You have to have a certain way that you talk with people. This puts them at ease, right? My wife has said that too, though. So maybe you're right. I appreciate it. Key or op. How do you say this? Kek But anyway, in my military, I'm a veteran. I'm not in the service anymore. This is just a old workout T-shirt. Do 25 push-ups. I don't think most people want to see me do 25 push-ups. Do you? Besides, then I'll have to like put the phone down and do all of that. Um, that would kind of derail us from the topic, which is philosophy. Maybe on another stream, I'll do like workout requests, but we're not gonna do that on this stream because it's supposed to be about philosophy, not about physical fitness. I hope that you are able to do 25 push-ups though. Speedy says, first time I found your channel. Greetings from Switzerland. What's up, Speedy? Um, and you're absolutely amazing and lovely, a man with lots of love inside the heart. Oh, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it, and thank you for checking in from Switzerland. By the way, so the topic for the guys who've just come into the chat maybe a few minutes ago and didn't catch the beginning is that I'm asking for people's comments or questions about anything dealing with philosophy, and that leaves it wide open because there's so many things that can engage with philosophy. If not, I'm going to give some of my philosophical leanings, and then maybe that'll engage people in more questions or comments. If I don't get any specific questions about philosophy, I'll just start going into some of my own personal philosophical leanings on different things. Cafe enthusiast says, "Do I use poppers?" I'm not sure what those are. When I think poppers, I'm thinking about the things we used to have as kids that you would throw on the ground and it would make the little popping noise. So unless you're talking about that, I don't know what you're talking about. How you go from 25 push-ups to 50 push-ups? Trust me, I can do 50 push-ups, but that's not this topic. Philosophy is the topic. All right. JRC Type 1 says, all right, I'm out. Have a good one. God bless you. You do the same. Thank you for chiming in. Um, Hopefully, we'll make it more exciting for you next stream. Actually, I am planning something for another stream where I'm going to have someone, um, maybe not live with me in the stream, but I might have them in the chat room doing some things to interact with folks in the stream. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm planning on doing that this week. Stay tuned for that. Little crazy man says, "Quick, Keki, hit him with a scream." So if these guys, if I don't know, if some of these usernames are referring to like celebrities or whomever, I'm sorry that I don't get the joke. So my bad. Speedy says you have a good heart. Thank you, Speedy. Appreciate it. Little crazy man says feel like the king of this stuff, like Green Hulk or Red Hulk, Green Hulk. You look better than similar features though. Just jokes though. Okay. Well, I know I don't look as bad as him as in Secret Invasion when he turned out to be a scroll. Spoiler alert. But Galax says, "I'm glad to hear you're okay. I do have to go now though. I have a study to complete. By the time you read this, I'll probably be on a new path to help someone. Goodbye. For now, stay strong. Thank you for um for chiming in." Kanan McElvin says, "Repent, America. Jesus Christ is King." Jerry Sturkerson says, "I've got a philosophy. It's called not being gay." That's not what we're talking about when we talk about philosophy. You're talking about that's your personal view. That's not what philosophy is proper. So I can see from the comments, I'm probably just gonna have to go into my own philosophical leanings to kind of guide the conversation in the chat to my actual intentions as far as asking me questions about certain things, right? Um, Kek Your Op says there's two genders. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Again, that's an empirical question, not a conceptual question. Empirical means you have to know it by knowing things of the world, right? So that's not um, a philosophical question in itself, but more something that needs to be explored and studied or investigated, right? Colleague says, well, I'll try high. Just give me one little second. Big Bigger Team Mustache says, can you fight? Can my son fight your daughter and it still be a fair fight? Is that a philosophical question? Because I don't have. I'm guessing this is a hypothetical question, right? Because I don't have any children. And can my son fight your daughter and it still be a fair fight? Depends on the rules of the fight, right? So, I mean, because we're dealing with this now in combat sports, is are we going to allow people who identify in as another gender than their biological sex be able to compete against people in certain events? So here's how Muay Thai handles it, at least in Thailand. I don't know about here, but right now in Thailand, they have, there are people who identify as a third gender. What they do though, they allow them to compete, but they have to compete they have to compete um, as their biological sex. So say you are a biological male who identifies as a woman over there, which they call lady boys in Thailand. You'll still have to fight other men, right? Um, Whereas here, we're seeing it go the opposite way, where you can fight the biological sex of people who identify at that same gender. So biological males who identify as women are fighting biological females. I mean, did I say it right? Yeah, so biological males who identify as women or trans women are fighting uh, biological females, who of course are actual women. And a lot of people have a problem with that because of so many reasons that should be patently obvious to anyone who's done combat sports. One, that men are just built better for fighting. We're stronger, we have more endurance, we're more agile. And even for these trans women who take um, hormone therapy and stuff like that, that's not making them less male. It actually is giving them an edge because now they're taking hormone therapy on top of being a biological male. So that estrogen and all that stuff is actually helping them. So um, if if that's the case, no, I don't think it's a fair fight. But if it's something neutral, um, where where I don't know, like you're both competing at the same weight, or well, like say it's like say it's not full contact. Say it's like it's just like point fighting, like traditional karate tournaments. If it's like point fighting, um, then maybe that could be a fair fight if it's just point fighting. But even still, just fighting generally, a guy is always going to have, on average, because I know people are always going to pick out the exception, but on average, yes, the guy is always going to have an edge in combat sports. So there can be aspects where it can be a fair fight, but most of the time, I don't think so. Most of the time, I appreciate it. Uh, Thank you, Kekira. Um, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your user handle. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Do 25 push-ups. What is this? OnlyFans? No, this is a live stream. I've not seen one. I've seen many YouTube live streams. I've not seen one where the host of the live stream gets down and do push-ups. Not one. You didn't ask Kevin Samuels to do that. You didn't ask Richie Mack to do that on Zoom to Thailand. Um, you didn't, no, that's silly. Like I said, if you have, and like I answered your question, even though it wasn't specifically philosophical, but I, it had some conceptual leanings to it, so I didn't mind going into that a little bit. But let's keep it about philosophy. Like I said, I'm just going to go into my whole spiel about my own philosophical leanings since people don't get it exactly. 8002, it says, "Are you bisexual?" No, I'm straight. God likes his homes. Speed says, "I know you're not gay. I am, but your words give me power." That's what's up. Like I said, I don't discriminate against anyone. Um, and if anything I say can help folks, great. That's why I wanted to go into this specifically about philosophy because I think maybe some people have heard some of the stuff that I'm going to talk about. Maybe some people haven't, but most people haven't talked about philosophy qua philosophy. And sorry, so when I get into this talking about philosophy, you're gonna start hearing me use a lot of Latin and Greek words. I know some of you are gonna think I'm being pretentious, but these are words that we use in philosophy. I'm gonna try to not use as much jargon as possible, but just let it be known that philosophy contains a lot of words that can seem rather jargonistic to folks who've never studied it. All right. So just giving you a warning now. I'm about to go into my own philosophical leanings. You might hear me saying some Latin or Greek or French. And I'm not trying to you know, use big words. It's just they fit what I'm talking about. All right. Just want to give that FYI. Poppers are for buffers. I don't know what buffers are. You mean people who work out? Are you talking about some sort of performance enhancing drug? Because I still don't know what poppers are, and I don't know who buffers are. And I know you're probably not from the United States, so that's not a term that we use, at least not where I'm from on the East Coast. So I'm sorry if I don't catch it. So, Jerry, so yeah, I'm just gonna ignore Jerry because it sounds like an idiot. Gala says, "Good luck, thank you." So, okay, so this sounds like it's more conceptual. God like says, "How do we distinguish between genders, and how is this related to the oppression of women by men? How is sexism related to other forms of oppression, including homophobia and speciesism?" Speciesism. All right, so now we're getting into something more conceptual leaning, right? Um, so let's disentangle that because you asked several questions in once, and it's hard. You can only tackle things one by one, but if you ask a complex question, which is several questions in one, it'll be hard to disentangle. So let's get to your first question. How do we distinguish between genders? First, we have to first distinguish between genders, we have to define what genders are. So what are we defining as gender? Are we defining it as something that's purely cultural? Is it something that's biological? Or is it both? Um, I've done a I've done a live stream before. It wasn't a vertical live stream like this, but I did like a recording, basically a video where I give my own inclinations to what I think that is. Part of the problem is that people are quick to call genders a social construct, but they call it a social construct without understanding what a social construct is, right? And let's say even if it were a social construct, there's still something. There seems to still be some underlying biological reality to gender. Otherwise, when we're talking about genders, we wouldn't have. when people want to have gender affirming care, it wouldn't involve biomedicine. Since when do we involve biomedicine in a social construct? Right? So, if something is purely a social construct, say, um, let's trying to think of something that's not controversial. Um, I don't know, say like the way we map out the streets. If something like that is just a matter of social construct, right? Like urban planning and development or something like of that nature, we wouldn't need to refer to like medical facilities to understand how to make better roads and urban development. I don't know if that's a particularly salient example, but in any case, that's part of the problem is before the, you have to ask the right question, right? And you have to define what we're asking about, or no one can come to any common agreement. Most of these problems, a lot of these social problems, come from the fact that everyone is discussing the same terms with different meanings. Um, and that gets into, you says, how is this related to the oppression of women by men? Are women oppressed by men? That's, see, the question contains an assumption built into it. And first, we have to understand whether that assumption is warranted or not. Are women oppressed by men? And if so, to what degree? Um, then the other question is, how is sexism related to other forms of oppression, including homophobia and speciesism? So, other forms of oppression relating to sexism and stuff, we might want to all put that under something we might call in social research tribalism, um, in psychology specifically, we call it in-group bias. Basically, we're all biased towards our own groups, and people who fall outside of that are the others. And whether that's the other sex, the other race, the other religion, the other nation, um, the other culture, whatever, we feel more kinship towards people who are more like us than people who are less like us. That's in-group bias. It's something that's part of human nature. So there will always be that sort of tribalism dealing with that sort of thing, right? Uh, Speciesism is a little bit different because that's containing another assumption, whether warranted or not, that that treating other animals the way we treat humans should is in itself a good thing, and that's a big assumption. Uh, so God likes says, do I believe gender is a construct? Yes and no. So this after you get off the stream, God, like, please go through my backlog of live streams, and you'll see that I have like three specific videos geared just to this, right? That's why I'm not going to just go into a big tirade here because I've literally answered that in three separate videos. Three, it's a trilogy, a part one, part two, and part three, just talking about social constructs, and I use gender as a big example of those. So the problem is people who are quick to call gender and race social constructs don't understand what a social construct is. Just because something is a social construct doesn't mean that it's not real. And I think the problem is too many people, particularly on the left, use a social construct as their get out of jail free card. Like you, this. So let me try to be clear. So just because something is a social construct doesn't mean that it's not real. Because if something can cause real problems and discussions and arguments and fights and even wars, then it better be something real underlying it, some sort of underlying reality about it. And there is. In cognitive science, we say these sort of things are psychologically real, which is another way of talking about mental representations. Met, and I'm not going to get too heady about this, but basically, social constructs are are just they have psychological reality to them, being that they can cause change in the real world. And people who think that way, like I do in cognitive science, are called mental realists. Like we believe that mental phenomena is somehow real, and specifically mental representations. When we talk about mental representations, we're talking about things like ideas and concepts and propositions, um, sentences, thoughts, beliefs, desires, things like that. Um, and the way that we think those things are real is that um, mental representations seem to be symbols that are manipulated by our mind for the purposes of thought. And in another way, what the late philosopher Jerry Fodor has said through his language of thought hypothesis is that thoughts are basically sentences encoded in our brain, and that these sentences are defined over computational processes, which means, in another way of saying it, that our brains act like computers, and that our sentences are like programming language used in that computer hardware. And so things like gender and race and all these sort of things that people think are social constructs have to have some sort of underlying reality to them. Otherwise, they couldn't cause actual change in the real world. Not only that, but we know things like gender and race do have some sort of biological reality to them specifically. Otherwise, there couldn't be confusion amongst people about them when we're talking about certain things that deal with medical and health issues. So I hope that answers. I hope that answers your question. And like I said, if it doesn't, I have 3 videos that talks about that specifically. So I hope that answered your question, because I see your further questions down here. Basically, what I was saying is that just because something is a social construct doesn't get away from it being real. And I said I think problem with people on the left is they want to eat their cake and have it too. And yes, that is the proper way to say it. Most people say it backwards. But the proper way to that saying is they want to eat their cake and have it too. Because obviously you can have your cake and eat it too, but you can't eat your cake and have it too. So that's the proper way to use that cliche. And so the difference between people on the left and the right about things like gender, race, and intelligence is that people on the right will either outright deny that these things, that social constructs, are real, or they will argue that these things are in fact not social constructs, but things that are biologically hardwired, and just eliminate the whole issue of social constructs. People on the left will say these things are social constructs, but then try to deny that that they do have some sort of um, implementation in human nature. So I think they're cheating when they do that. Because I'd rather someone just say these things aren't real, or just say these things are real and there's no social construct at all. I'd rather you just say that, even if you're wrong, than to be both wrong and dubious and say, well, yeah, they're social constructs, but these things aren't real. Then what are they? It invites some sort of vicious dualism, mental dualism. Um, Speed says, "No, everything I write is true and comes from my heart, bro. That's what's up." Galaxy says, "I have some other non-related ideas to the gender subject." like what is a meaningful life, what are good and evil. All right, so we can get into each of those separately. Um, because this is what I was talking. This was what I was actually hoping for. Got like questions just like this. These were the questions that I was hoping for. And Red Hulk, Green Hulk. So I'm gonna tackle these each separately, guys. Because a lot of like, and I'm gonna try to be as concise as possible because literally these whole things have filled books. Like the arguments back and forth about these sort of these philosophical questions have literally filled books. People have done dissertations on them. Like there are whole sub genres, subfields within philosophy just answering these sorts of questions. So here's one. A guy like says, "What is a meaningful life?" Um, the implicit assumption is that life can be meaningful. Is that assumption warranted? Um, so a funny thing about philosophy is that it's often accused of never answering any philosophical questions. All it does is get better at asking the questions, but never answering them. And that's actually not true. Philosophy actually answers a lot of questions. The problem is that most of the time, once philosophy answers a question, it no longer becomes philosophy. It turns once a significant amount of a significant body of knowledge is amassed within some certain philosophical field, that field ends up being a part of science. Like every branch of science was once philosophy. Physics, psychology is the newest, biology, chemistry, all these things were aspects of philosophy. Matter of fact, up until like the 1900s, there was no sharp distinction between philosophy and science. Um, what was more, the empirical investigation of things used to just be called natural philosophy. And in some science departments, you'll still see that heading in certain places where it says natural philosophy. As a matter of fact, a doctorate, like when you get the highest degree in anything, you're considered a philosopher of that field. So, doctor of philosophy of engineering or nursing or you know all those sorts of things, right? So, getting back to you because I don't want you to think I'm evading your question. So again, like I said, the first thing is to ask whether there is a such thing as a meaningful life. To ask what is a meaningful life, and to get back to what philosophy has known now is that so when we often the case and people may not like it often the case is that when we do find answers to questions like this, it turns out to be very nuanced and usually within the negative. So as far as philosophy is concerned, and there's some disagreements amongst people, but it can be genuinely agreed amongst many that people like as existentialists and nihilists were right that there's no reason to believe there is any sort of meaning to life beyond taking it on faith. So as far as what is a meaningful life, maybe there like I'm not convinced that there is anything that can be called a meaningful life other than what you subjectively, you know, want to get out of life yourself. But as far as there being something objective about it, I don't really see it other than you taking it on faith. Like if you're coming from it from a certain spiritual or religious perspective, then maybe within that understanding from your religious background or your spiritual background, there can be a way of defining a meaningful life. Like if you're Zen Buddhist reaching Satori or enlightenment in other forms of Buddhism or in Christianity, becoming a born again Christian or all these sorts of things, right? So those may be the things that make life meaningful within certain religious or spiritual backgrounds. But as far as if you're asking a person outside of that, what could be a meaningful life? There's there's no there's no there's just no rational grounds to think there is any outside of taking it on faith. So then the next question is what are good and evil? I think again those are spiritual concepts. They're not useful concepts in human behavior because when we talking about the problems in human society, it's oversimplistic to call things good or evil. What we want to talk about is, does this cause suffering and harm to people, or does it cause, you know, pleasure and benefits to people? And you know, there's people who can be considered good who do very destructive, dehumanizing things to others. Then there's people who may be considered evil, depending on the context, but be very well loved amongst some folks. Case in point, Gandhi is held as a hero by a lot of people, but a lot of people might think he was a big of an asshole. Like he was horrible to his wife and children. He was quite racist um, when he was an attorney in South Africa, calling the black people of South Africa kafirs, which is like tantamount to saying nigger. Um, he was a horrible person to people whom he knew, but he led a nation in their freedom. So, or Mother Teresa is another example who's hailed as a saint, but she also withheld a lot of unnecessary. She withheld a lot of medical care to people who could have used it just to make us make some sort of religious point. Like a lot of people died under her who didn't need to. She was no saint to me. So those are examples, right? So I don't think the concept of good and evil is useful outside of a spiritual context. What we want to talk about is sort of things that can cause harm and misery to others. That gets into ethics. What is a just society? So that gets, um, a lot of these things go all the way back to ancient Greece. Like there's a common refrain in academic philosophy that says all all philosophy is just a footnote to Plato, because literally almost all these things that people have asked even today was talked about by the Socratic philosophers uh, like 4,000 years ago. Um, just society, I wouldn't be able to tell you. What I would say is that I lean towards the the philosopher John Rawls, who died back in the early 2000s. He sort of revitalized legal philosophy, and he had a theory of justice that he defined justice as fairness. And he basically said that, you know, looking at justice, how would we treat someone not knowing that background? Like a picture of someone being behind uh, a veil before you know the outcome of their life. Is this person going to be a banker? Is this person going to be a criminal? Is this person going to be a president? Is this person going to be a drug dealer? All these things are hidden behind a certain veil of ignorance. And what this shows is that until we know the outcomes of that person, we should treat all people fairly. That would be just. The just thing would be, until we know how these people are to their eventual outcomes, that fairness is the best way to go about treating all people. And he thought he made a huge tract called which he called his theory of justice, and then he made a smaller book which I read, Justice is Fairness, where he outlines it more concisely. I kind of agree with him on that. And I can't say what a just society is, but I think that a just society would be built somewhat on that notion that justice should be predicated on fairness and not retribution. There should I don't think a just society will be built on Hammurabi's code of eye for an eye sort of law. what can be known. That gets into epistemology, and that's way too broad a question. That and it also makes an assumption that things can be known, because the longest with since the beginning of philosophy, there's always been philosophical skeptics that will argue that things cannot be known. That to think, but to believe that we can know many things about the external world is sort of a muddled idea. Now, I disagree with those philosophical skeptics, but they have a pretty strong argument for them, and it's hard to disagree with them without also being inconsistent in what you're saying yourself. So, what can be known? I think that's a matter of empirical discovery, not a matter of just pure philosophy. That's why I think that's sort of what cognitive science. Cognitive science is like the newest branch of scientific investigation that comes right out of philosophy from the last 25 years, which is like a bunch of different disciplines coming together to study those similar topics, like within cognitive psychology, um, neuroscience, linguistics, um, zoology, anthropology, those sorts of things, and the philosophy of the mind. All these things contribute to cognitive science to answer exactly what can be known, because that's still a very open question. Galaxies, I'll stay till I heard all of it. Thanks. So Red Hulk Green Hulk says, "What is the purpose of being?" So I kind of think I answered that with what I said to God, like that. Outside of taking it on faith, I don't think there is any purpose. Um, Speed says no one is wrong as long as we keep respect between all of us. No, there are definitely people that's wrong. I don't subscribe to such uh, what's the like that sort of subjectivism. Like, if nothing can be wrong, the problem with that is you completely destroy. If nothing can be wrong, such moral relativism like that, then we have we have no way to say when something when people are doing things that hurt others. Like, we would have no we would have no position to say you shouldn't do that. We can't do that. That is wrong. Because if you're saying that nothing is wrong, then such relativism leads to complete and utter chaos. And human civilization can't survive on moral relativism, which is why we have, um, which is why within all human cultures there are certain moral principles that are innate to us. We have innate moral principles that tell us that things like rape is wrong, murder is wrong, robbery is wrong, theft is wrong, that lying is wrong, cheating is wrong, those sorts of things. We all have innate moral principles about such things, because without those sort of things, human society would be impossible. And there are definitely things that are wrong. If you do something that causes unjust harm to another person, it is morally wrong, and usually legally wrong as well. So they are definitely things that are wrong. So yes, it's not speedy endless tolerance means you stand for nothing. So I can't believe I'm kind of agreeing with Jari here, but yeah, like I said, moral relativism is unsustainable. Like, and so I mean, there is a point to moral relativism that is hard to argue against. That a lot of stuff that people see as moral isn't real. But where I disagree is that looking at moral psychology is that there are certain moral behavior that's instinctual to us because we have innate moral beliefs. So, Gallus, is that really true? Maybe if we think about it further, we can understand the foundation of being right or wrong. Yeah. Why do you use those Jewish Talmud terms? Oh, you must be talking to God, like, because I don't think I used anything. I don't know. Jerry says stand for love. Jerry says speedy. False virtue isn't love. MMC says, do you believe in life after death? No. As I hinted in another live stream, you can't have the software without the hardware, right? And then it also put on the philosophy cap again. What are we defining as life? Are we talking about biological processes? Obviously, if we're talking about certain biological processes that can be defined as life, then if those processes end, then no, life ends there when those processes stop. If we're talking about certain spiritual things or whatever, again, there's no reason to believe outside of taking on faith that there's any sort of afterlife. And some some hard-headed logicians will even say that the notion of an afterlife is incoherent. So, in any case, no, I don't. Don't I think I understand most of your spelling mistakes, so don't worry about it. It happens. Joshua Silverstein said, "Did someone say Jewish?" Oh, guess who's in the chat, guys? Mrs. Contrarian is in the chat. So what's up? What's up, Mrs. Contrarian? I'm talking philosophy with these people, so I'm about to lean into my philosophical leanings. But if you want to chime in and help me out, please. Joshua says hello. What's up, Josh? Or Joshua? Sorry, whichever you prefer. Um, so it looked like Joshua and Jerry are about to have a conversation. So Red Hole Greenhole says there's a stream I saw where the guy only does push-ups for like hours. It was pretty impressive. You mean like so he did it non-stop? So I can do, when I'm feeling good about myself, I can do about 100 or so straight. I remember, so like in the army, we have PT tests, and I'm talking about the classical PT, not the new one that they have to do now. The classical PT test in army was um, how many push-ups you can do for 2 minutes, how many sit-ups you can do for 2 minutes, and a 2 mile run. And I've never maxed. Max is 300 points, which means you can get 100 points on each of those three exercises. And I always fell short on the run because the run was tough. Like when I first joined the army, I'm gonna get back to philosophy in a second, but to max the run when I went into basic training back in '98, your 2 mile run had to be within 11 minutes and 56 seconds. And it was one guy I knew that maxed the run. He was I thought I'm small, but he's scrawny. One of my Puerto Rican homeboys back when I was in AIT, he was the only guy I knew that was maxing the run. But like I said, he was a really tiny guy. Um, but I've never maxed the run. I've come close to it, um, where I've gotten 270 out of 300 points. And at 270, you're pretty much like, that's like almost like acing the PT test. Um, but once you hit, so like for the push-ups, once I hit 100 push-ups, the guy just stopped counting. He even told me that, like, I got to 100 push-ups. He's like, man, why are you still going? He said, I can't even count any more push-ups after 100. You've already maxed. And I was already up to like 105. And I was like, all right, cool. So I just got up, then did the sit-ups, and I did like over 100 sit-ups. He's like, man, after 100, we just stopped counting. So I was like, cool. Then I did my run. The run I didn't max. That they had changed it to like you had to get it in 13 minutes, which was more reasonable, but I didn't hit it in 13 minutes. Like I think I got it in like 14 minutes. But someone who was doing unending push-ups, yeah, that was pretty impressive. Like I said, I can do 100 straight, but it wouldn't be for hours. It would take me literally like 2 minutes to do so. So I don't know if he was starting and if he was just doing multiple sets throughout that hour, but that's not going to be this stream. Not today. Catface enthusiast says, "How do you know you're not bisexual? Have you ever tried it before?" No. It's just like I don't have to try crack to know I'm not going to get high. I'm not insulting people who are bisexual, by the way. I'm just saying that you don't have to try something to know that it's not for you. I don't have to eat feces to know that I don't want to start eating feces. So Catface likes Don Cheadle. Look, I think I, Mrs. Contrarian, do I look like Don Cheadle? Because every time I do a live stream, they say I look like Don Cheadle. So if you're still here, tell them I don't look like Don Cheadle. At least I don't think so. If you think I do, then I don't know. Maybe they're right. I don't think I look like Don Cheadle. Don Cheadle is the black guy from Iron Man. He was his best friend, the black guy. They're saying I look like him. How many genders are in the Talmud? Oh, so you guys are getting into conversations I do not uh, engage. Father Ted Crowley says, "Hail Satan, brother." If you're Satanist, that's cool. I'm not. Oh, it's a lot of comments here. Let me see. Some of these I'm gonna have to skip. So sorry if I miss something. If I miss something, guys, you can just retype it for me. And again, stuff comments that are just trolling, I'm just gonna ignore. So I'm going up the chats. Mac 4680L says, "I'm back, bro. I had someone deliver fried chicken breast. All right, making me hungry. Well, I just ate not too long ago, but I'm starting to get hungry again, and I'm trying not to eat so I can exercise." Angel Whispers 83 said, "What are you talking about?" I don't know if that's referring to me or to the people in the chat. What's the best road you have traveled? I don't know if you mean I don't know if you mean a physical road or if you mean that in a figurative sense. But you said, "I hope that you're having a wonderful day." Thank you. Some of you guys are going into race and religion and stuff like that. Duh, duh, duh. This topic is very serious for Mother's Day. Not that's what they're discussing, Angel Whispers. My discussion is about philosophy, and I'm gonna get into my philosophical leanings because everyone wants to ask like the really heady conceptual questions, and because of that, I haven't been able to launch into my whole background philosophically speaking, which can maybe more narrow what people are asking or commenting on. Um, Thanks. You have a great day as well. Oh, and by the way, happy Mother's Day to everyone. That if there's any mothers who are in the chat, or your wife is a mom or whatever, and you've taken her out or took her out or whatever. Red Hulk, Green Hulks, they're infinite judges. I'm literally two Hulks in one. But that's silly. So I'm catching up, guys. I'm catching up because I know I'm like at least 10 minutes, 20 minutes behind in the chat because I was trying to keep up and answer stuff. And then I'm checking the hidden comments as well to see if they're worth showing. Um, so Joshua's given some information about Judaism. So yeah, this is turning into a religious conversation, and I'm gonna have to steer this from that. Wait. So again, Mrs. Contrarian is in the chat too, guys. So y'all can say hello to Mrs. Contrarian. For folks who didn't think she existed, the wife is in the chat room, um, helping me out. And she is also a moderator, so she can boot people out who are being trolls. All right, so Booge Boy or whatever is being a dumbass, so you're being removed. Time to put the moron in timeout. I already warned people about that. I guess you thought I was bluffing. The kid doesn't bluff. God, it was a lot of comments that I've missed. So I'm not even bothered to answer all these. I'm just scrolling down, guys, to see if um all right. Hey no hey Naruto, what's up? So what's up, Monsieur? Jerry says, can you explain what philosophy is for dumb people like me? First of all, I don't think you're dumb. And two, even even the best philosophers disagree on what philosophy actually is. So you're in the best of company. Okay. So when we're talking about philosophy proper, we're not talking about, some people use the term philosophy loosely to talk about just what their views on life is, like, oh well, my philosophy is X, Y, and Z. That's not what we mean when we say philosophy in the academic sense. What we're talking about is actually a body of beliefs as well as a methodology to studying different different sorts of questions. So one of those avenues is through conceptual analysis, or the way we look at how words are used and the meanings behind them and what are meanings and things like that, as well as a, and then you have two big divides within philosophy. You have analytic philosophy and continental philosophy. I come down on the side called analytical philosophy. Analytical philosophy is the tradition of philosophy that comes mostly out of the English speaking countries, particularly Britain and the US, that concentrates heavily on the methodology of philosophy, utilizing conceptual analysis and logical analysis and linguistic analysis, and making it um, sort of a goal for philosophical thought to be cogent, concise, and clear. Whereas continental, and it has a heavy emphasis on being continuous with the sciences. Continental philosophy on the other side comes from more of the east, parts of, like, say, Eastern Europe and other parts of the world, with, with more of an emphasis on literary criticism, as well as thoughts that may not really be grounded in logic or science. And so there's the divide over which is better. Many people on the analytic side think they follow the tradition that more aligns closely to what the ancient Greeks and Romans were doing. I'm sure the continental philosophy people disagree. They cover maybe a wider bunch of topics just because they will discuss things that may be more closely aligned with stuff you would talk about in literature. Okay. Um, and the tradition of analytic philosophy sort of started with um, in like the I guess late 1900s with with the foundation of modern logic under Gottlob Frege. Frege um, basically invented modern logic, which utilizes symbolism. Well, it, it utilizes math as a template for logic, which before then it was more Aristotelian logic. So he basically reduced logic to math, or some may say he tried to reduce math to logic. And this also followed with people like Bertrand Russell, Ludwig Wittgenstein, and others that came out of that, like the logical positivists from the Vienna Circle, which was a bunch of prominent philosophers. They wanted to do away with a lot of the um, crazy ideas and thoughts that came out of the 1800s, which is sometimes called the Dark Age of philosophy. Okay. Wittgenstein is considered probably one of the best, if not the best, philosopher up until maybe Saul Kripke, who I'm said died several years ago. I never got to meet the man, but I know a lot of his work. But he was probably one of the most important philosophers. What I think is it may be an exaggeration to say Wittgenstein was the number one philosopher in the history of philosophy, but he's definitely in the top 10 alongside people like Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, Immanuel Kant, um, uh, and several others. So, like I said, they all had a program that you can call loosely as logicism, which wanted to reduce mathematics all to first order logic, which is to say that like basically all of arithmetic could be reduced to axiomatic set theory. I know some people are like, huh, what? Don't worry about it. Basically, the foundations of analytic philosophy come from the invention of modern logic by Gottlob Frege, who had a who had a research program where he wanted to reduce all of mathematics via arithmetic to basic logic. Okay, and Bertrand Russell followed that in that research program, and so did Wittgenstein. At least the early Wittgenstein did. The later Wittgenstein rejected that somewhat, and from that we have a heavy emphasis in analytic philosophy on conceptual and logical analysis and on scientific evidence or empiricism, as opposed to some of the wilder stuff that came out of continental philosophy. Continental philosophy, you'll notice a lot of the bad ideas that come out of social science come from continental philosophy. Stuff like postmodernism and social constructivism. All these sorts of ideas come out of continental philosophy. Um, so that's sort of the big background. All right. And then going from there, like I said, you had the logical positivists who then became the logical empiricists, who basically said that a lot of those thoughts coming out of the 1800s, uh, specifically from like Germany, that a lot of that they basically did in a very academic way of basically saying all this shit is bullshit. They didn't like people like Hegel and Husserl and all these other weird ideas that came out of German philosophy in the 1800s. Nietzsche. Although I think Nietzsche was a bit maligned in his beliefs because they've been twisted over time. Nietzsche's beliefs actually aren't as bad as people think they are because they were kind of twisted by his sister, who was a fascist. Nietzsche wasn't, but she used his writings and made a straw man of them to support fascism, and then they were she later used contributed those ideas to the rise in Nazi Party of the time. But those weren't Nietzsche's original ideas. She twisted them. Jory says, "What's my favorite philosopher?" You talking about favorite philosophy or favorite philosopher? My if you're talking about my favorite philosophy, um, my favorite philosophy is naturalism. But and I'm gonna go into all my little personal philosophical views. Favorite philosopher, I would probably say, if not my favorite, one of my favorite would be Quine, WVO Quine, or Willard Van Orman Quine. He was sort of like the cowboy of American philosophers. He was what we call like Wittgenstein and a few others. He's what we call a philosopher's philosopher. He's the one that other philosophers go to when they need to learn something. He basically came about and said, "That's not real. That's not real. That's not real." Everything. He was a radical empiricist that said that all beliefs can change within the light of evidence. So he took away the distinction between um, analytical and synthetic beliefs. Analytical beliefs being things that can be true just by definition, and synthetic beliefs being things that must be true by facts of the world. Um, which also he went into the distinction between empirical beliefs and a priori beliefs. Empirical beliefs being things that must be investigated to know the truth of, whereas a priori is things that you can learn just by pure reason alone, like math and logic. He basically said no. I think that's where he people disagree with him, was that they they disagreed that things like math and logic weren't a priori. So, but most of what the other stuff he said, people may agree with. What whose name? Oh, Quine. I said Quine is one of my favorite philosophers. So is Wittgenstein. He's one of my favorites. Bertrand Russell, um, and of course Plato is one of my favorites. Um, was it Plato? Yeah, definitely Plato. But I would probably say my favorite was Quine. Unfortunately, he died right when I started my philosophy journey back in 2000. I think he died in 2000. And that's just when I had started philosophy because I had just completed my psychology major. So I never got to meet him, but he headed up the philosophy department at Harvard University. So one of my professors was under Quine. He said at the time, like the Department of Philosophy at Harvard was mostly Quinean folks, but right across the right across the river at MIT, a lot of people were big fans of Chomsky and Noam Chomsky and Jerry Fodor. And when I'm talking about Noam Chomsky, I'm not talking about his political beliefs. I'm talking about his academic beliefs. So let's separate those two. And it was funny because my philosophy professor, this is Dr. George Ray, he said he would go over to MIT to learn more about their program and what they were doing, because what Chomsky and Fodor did became sort of like the foundation of cognitive science as we know it today. And he was saying, like, people back at Harvard were like, "Well, hey, are you going to study here?" Because he was doing his program, he was doing his PhD at Harvard, but he kept going over the river to MIT to learn under Chomsky and Fodor. So, um, in any case, although I disagree with Quine on a lot of stuff, he's probably still one of my favorite philosophers, and the other being Wittgenstein. He said Niccolo Machiavelli and Dostoevsky is mine. I like Machiavelli. The problem with Machiavelli, well, not the problem with Machiavelli, the problem with people reading Machiavelli is that when they read The Prince and some of his other writings, but most people know Machiavelli for his book The Prince. Most people don't realize that that's actually political satire because it was actually published posthumously after he died because he wrote it as political satire, but he realized that the humor wasn't showing in it, so he didn't want it published. So it was published after his death, and now he was kind of well founded in thinking that people would misunderstand the Prince, because when people read it now, they look at it as a treatise on how to attain and make to both attain and keep political power, when it was actually making fun of people with political power, and most people don't get the satire within the Prince, because you have a lot of people in like in the business world and so forth who are told, you need to study the book The Prince, not realizing that it was a bit of political satire. It wasn't meant to be taken at face value. I have Dostoevsky is too. I can't remember what book I have of his, but I've definitely read him too. Dostoevsky will fall more in the continental philosophy side, but because I've taken like philosophy of literature, I had to read a lot of these guys to kind of straddle the line between what would normally be continental philosophy, but can be studied through an analytic lens through the philosophy of literature. Um, and as far as my own beliefs, so one, like I said, I'm a naturalist. Naturalists generally believe that explanations of the world should basically have some sort of um, should basically have some sort of mechanism for it. So it's like basically naturalism is the antithesis to like maybe like spiritualism, and related to naturalism is physicalism, which is that basically all things that are real are in on some level material physical things. So if something isn't material or physical, then it's probably not real. Then there's a further divide within physicalism of whether those things that are physical or real have to be explained on some sort of level of physics itself. I think that's a stronger thesis. You don't have to take that stronger thesis of physicalism just to acknowledge that things that are real in the world are on some level physical, which is how I take it. The stronger thesis that these things are have to be explainable in terms of physics is not is you don't have to go that go that far. What are my other views? Obviously, I'm atheist. I've spoken about that in numerous videos and said that I think I will I hope that more people in the black community embrace atheism, because I think a lot of people in the black community are taken advantage of by the church. Um, what are my other views? I mean, I have a lot of philosophical views, so it just depends on what we're referring to. Um, but those are like my big three. The other things will be like more specific. Like I went into another one. Like I'm a realist, which basically is that I believe there's a world there's an external world that exists outside of um, our own perceptions, which leads to me also being a scientific realist, that science aims to discover the external world through its theories and concepts and um, investigations, right? And that I'm a mental realist, being that I'm someone who's steeped in cognitive science, which is that a lot of mental phenomena are have a underlying biological reality to them. See, I told you guys watch what you say. Mrs. Contrarian ain't playing. She already deleted something. Oh, sorry, Jerry, you gotta go. Yeah, go ahead, look up analytical philosophy versus continental philosophy. You can go to the online Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. That'll give you, and that's for everyone. Like if you want to know different terms, go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It's a complete online encyclopedia of philosophical terms. I also have the hard print version, but there's a complete digital copy of the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy online that you can look at and you can read until you are blue in the face. Okay, I would recommend that, and the Cambridge Dictionary of Philosophy. I think that's still online as well. But the Stanford one is the big one. Like those are the ones that my professors use. It's the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and it's written very clearly and concisely that people who have no background in that subject can understand what they're talking about. Okay, so yeah, go ahead, and these terms that I'm discussing, you can look all that stuff up. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy online, or the Cambridge Dictionary of Philosophy. Then the other one is IEP, the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy. So those are three sources you can look at online. The Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and the IEP, which is the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, and the Cambridge Dictionary of Philosophy. Jugio screams atheist says nothing screams atheism like cultural Marxism. No, you're confusing the two. So the problem is that the Leninist Marxists have a different version of what they call atheism than what philosophical atheists and communist atheism are two different things. Philosophical atheism is merely the belief that uh, gods don't exist, and that can be the god of your particular culture, or all gods um, that people might conceive of. That's it. Communistic atheism is a bit dubious because it also says, yeah, there's no gods, but then it wants to replace that with some of, but then they want you to worship an authoritarian ruler in a very deistic way. I mean, in a very deified way. That's not philosophical atheism at all. Like, so communist atheism is completely different. Like I said, you have communist atheism and say like China, North Korea, and Russia, and in almost all of those authoritarian nations, they want you to basically worship the ruler as if he was a semi divine person himself. Especially North Korea, they're obviously the worst example, like the best example of that. Like worshiping that little dipshit Kim Jong Un, or which is it Kim Jong Un? I forgot which one. The dipshit with the little fucked up haircut. But yeah, I'm not a Marxist. I am a capitalist because again, it kind of goes back to me saying I'm a realist. The the thing with and it goes back to me saying in another stream that I'm a classical liberal. Classical liberals follow the trend of the Age of Enlightenment that came out of Europe back in the 1600s, I guess. And one of those was um, what's the guy's name who wrote the basically wrote on the treaties on capitalism. He was a realist. Like he basically said, we have to look at he he incorporated that human avarice is always going to be a part of human nature, and so you work around you work with the nature that we have, you can't just abruptly just change human nature. You can change things piecemeal, but to just communism is a utopia, and which that's why it is always going to fail, and why we've seen in real life tests over decades that it fails because you can't reach a utopia because a utopia by definition is something that's unattainable. Um, but in any case, I don't agree with um, the Leninist Marxist views, and I think they bastardized the term atheism. So EBCT, you will have to, well, you'll just have to catch earlier what we were talking about in the stream to know what we what I was just saying, because I'm not about to just regurgitate all of that. For the nonce, it was about a question of communism being aligned with atheism, and I said they were mutually distinct. So yeah, EBCT, you need to watch it. You about to be put on timeout, buddy. SOG Eduardo says Jesus loves you, fam, more than you know. God bless you, brother. Thank you, Eduardo. Appreciate it. Um, and again, guys, I'm not religious, but I respect people's religious views because I think religion is an important part of human expression. And out of religion, we've gotten the most beautiful art and music and literature. We've seen people do both the the best and the worst things in human nature, being motivated through their religious views. So so is it Hugio or Jugio? I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce it. He says so atheism is the lack of belief in a god. In a way, that's weak. I would call that weak atheism. So atheism proper is not a lack of belief. It's a negative belief. The difference is a lack of belief is more agnosticism, right? So if you lack a belief in something, that's you're agnostic about it more or less. To say that you're atheist is saying that you believe something, you just believe that X doesn't exist. So um atheist or a without God, athe a for not, or and theos for God, not God, you're saying you believe that there aren't gods or a God in the Judeo-Christian sense, right? Um, but agnosticism is the lack of belief because because you're not making a stronger statement that you're saying that these things don't exist. You're just saying you lack that belief thereof. So that's the difference. If that makes sense to you. Tyler Blodgett says a lot of good and a lot of bad come from religion. The people of Gaza and Israel going through exactly that as we speak. Yeah, a lot of people are motivated to do different things through religion. I think the problem is religion itself isn't a problem, is a tool. Like, not to go too off askew, but think of like when people talk about handguns, people say, handguns are bad, or, guns or rifles, all that is bad, where the handguns are a tool. Is how the people use them. If you use them, if you use them for maleficent purposes, then those will be the results. If you use them for beneficent purposes, then those will be the results. Religion is sort of the same thing. Religion has religion has inspired beautiful things like Taj Mahal, or you know some of our seven wonders of the world, things like that. But it's also inspired some of the worst atrocities ever committed in human history. It depends on how it's used. So the whole, yeah, war going on in the Middle East. I we can say it's religion, but I think people often use religion as a basically for political gain. Like most of these people aren't fighting over the difference between Yahweh and Allah. That's not they're fighting over they're fighting over territory and who gets to control it. So yeah, atheism is the belief that a deity doesn't exist. And like I said, it can be culturally dependent. Like you might so some atheists will just say that the God within the culture they know about doesn't exist. Um, where others will say no gods exist. Um, and like like the so-called the four horsemen of military atheism back in the day. People like the late Daniel Dennett, who just died, rest in peace to him. Another great philosopher. He and a bunch of these other guys were called the four horsemen of militant atheism. Like along with others who are still alive, like Richard Dawkins. They were saying they were saying the funny thing about religion is to be a religious person necessarily you are atheist towards every other religion except for yours. The atheist just goes one more further and says, and yours is false too. Get it? So, like to be Christian, then by default, then the Greek gods are false, the Egyptian gods are false, the Incan gods are false, the Mayan gods are false, the the Babylonian gods are false. So sorry, Gozer the Gozerian. So the Japanese gods are false. All of those gods are false except for the Christian God. Then the atheist just says, and well, yours is false too. Get it? But I don't want to just talk about religion. Like I said, let's talk about because like I said, philosophy touches on everything. And sorry, I just had a little glitch there for a second, so I hope everyone's still with me. I just had a little technical glitch. I hope everyone's still there. All right, thanks, Tyler. So like I said, I gave a bit of my background in philosophy. Like I said, I'm a naturalist, which basically is someone who believes that um, ex, the explanations about the world have to have some sort of mechanism behind it to make it um, explicable in terms that would make people want to take it seriously, as well as that I'm a physicalist, that basically everything that exists in some sense is material or physical, that I'm atheist. Those are my big three. And then there's others that are more technical, but like, realism, that I basically believe that there's an external world that exists outside of our perceptions. Um, bro, moment says I just turned black. You weren't black before then? um, Yahoo says I just rolled a blunt, but I'm still here. There's a lot of people. You'd be surprised the connection with recreational drugs and philosophy. Probably more so continental philosophy than analytic philosophy. Like for instance, the guy who hosts the Wisecrack. If you guys want to get sort of like your beak wet into philosophical topics, at least from a continental philosophy point of view, then the YouTube channel Wisecrack is great for that. The host is an actual PhD philosopher and used to be a university professor. I don't think he teaches anymore, but he and I have actually chatted in his not in his videos, but on in his comment thread where I told him, basically I kind of don't take continental philosophy as seriously, and he was like, yeah, I understand. He said, but from his perspective, he thought the analytical philosophy is boring. So I was like, I can't disagree with that. I mean, I can disagree with that, but I meant like I can understand why he might think that because continental philosophy covers more stuff dealing with literature and the history of philosophy than say doing philosophy itself. So Some people might find that more interesting than analytical philosophy. People who are steeped in analytic philosophy are people who like doing, who are people who are good at logic. Like, so that was one of the biggest things that was probably a turn off to people when I was in college doing philosophy, is that logic was sort of a weed out class for people who didn't have that background. Um, because a lot of people come to philosophy thinking they can just talk about anything and call it philosophy, and no, there's certain, like, we have a methodology in analytic philosophy, and you have to learn logic to do it. So, bro, moment is tripping. So he said one is analytic philosophy again. So maybe you didn't hear that part when I was saying that earlier. That's no problem. So analytic philosophy is the tradition starting around the 1870s with the mathematician and philosopher Gottlieb Frege, who invented modern logic. Modern logic basically took logic and used mathematical symbolization to do sentential and propositional logic. So he thought that all of math, particularly arithmetic, could be reduced to basic logic, to basic sentential logic, or what we call first order logic. And to be more pretentious, it's called the first order predicate calculus. He thought all of math reduced to that, but he failed. So then it was picked up by Bertrand Russell, who's another like founder of analytic philosophy. Um, he was also a big mathematician. Like I said, you find a trend here that people who are good in analytic philosophy tend to be good in logic and mathematics. Not so with continental philosophy. Um, he also tried to reduce all of math to logic, which is called logicism. He worked on a lot of philosophical problems. Um, and I'm trying to avoid a lot of jargon here because I don't want to confuse folks. So he did that, and then his student Ludwig Wittgenstein came along and followed in that trend, at least originally. We kind of separate the early Wittgenstein from the later Wittgenstein, although a lot of people think that it's exaggerated how much people separate the early Wittgenstein from the later Wittgenstein. This guy was okay. So Wittgenstein was so clever, guys, that this guy did his dissertation while fighting while fighting in World War One, and the what do they call the things, the little pits that they fought in World War One. He wrote his dissertation while in combat. This is how brilliant Wittgenstein was. He invented truth tables. So you may have encountered truth tables in math class. Wittgenstein invented truth tables. If you ever heard the term tautology, that comes. Wittgenstein has contributed to what tautologies are. Um, he A logical truth that can be demonstrated on a truth table is called a tautology, but people misuse the term tautology to mean an empty truth, but it originally meant a logical truth that can be demonstrated on a truth table. Wittgenstein invented that. Um, the Vienna Circle was a contribution basically to Wittgenstein. That all these people who became logical positivists basically said, let's chuck all this old philosophy and start doing philosophy the way Wittgenstein says, and form the whole Vienna Circle around his own thoughts, even though he thought that they didn't completely understand what he was trying to say. So his book, his dissertation became one of the most well-known books in all of philosophy. The Tractatus Logicis Philosophicus, the treatise on logical philosophy. He wrote this while in the trenches of World War One. He was a Jewish guy who lived in, I believe, Austria at the time, came to England and to learn to study at Cambridge. And like I said, he left. he left his education to join up and fight in World War I, and did his dissertation while fighting in the trenches, literally fighting in the trenches. You know how people say fighting in the trenches? No, he literally was fighting in the trenches and wrote his dissertation. He was also, because we've talked about homosexuality earlier in the stream. He was a gay guy, so there are writings of his that express his thoughts on homosexuality and stuff like that, and he struggled with that because he was also a very spiritual man. In a certain sense, he was an atheist, but then in another sense, he was very spiritual. So it's complicated. Um, he was a mathematical genius. When he first came to Cambridge, it wasn't even as a he wasn't even coming there to study philosophy. He was actually he was actually an engineering PhD student, and he started getting more interested in some of the concepts, the mathematical concepts underlying engineering. So they told him to talk to this guy named Bertrand Russell, who, although being in the philosophy department, was a mathematician by trade. And through him, he became interested in doing philosophy. All right. Um, and then there's another guy who I would probably consider the fourth founder of analytic philosophy, G.E. Moore, or George Edward Moore, another British philosopher, mathematician. Get the trend? Most of them had a mathematical background. This is what separates analytic philosophy from continental philosophy. Is a huge you have to have a background in being able to do logic and math. Your great grandfather fought against the Germans World War I. On what side? So, like I said, I think Ludwig Wittgenstein was, like I said, he was a Jewish guy from Vienna. His family was actually very famous in that part of the world. I think his sister had some sort of ran a family business. Like I think she was well known for like some sort of fashion or something. I forgot what Wittgenstein's sister was named, but he came from a wealthy Vienna family. He was Jewish. Um, Apparently, he and Adolf Hitler went to the same private school, but they never met. But from as far as we know, he and Adolf Hitler never met each other, but they both went to the same private school. Interesting fact. Um, yeah, so Igor Akoski said everyone in World War I fought in the trenches. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm saying, most of us has never done combat, and like I'm in the army, and I haven't done like that sort of combat. But knowing like my own training, my combat training, to think that someone will be out there writing a dissertation on logical philosophy while fighting in combat, that's crazy. And then got to come back, and they awarded him his doctorate um just on that dissertation, like just like that. And it became the most widely published and read book within Western philosophy at the time. But he was so much of a genius that at the time he thought he had answered all the questions in philosophy, and he gave up philosophy and became a teacher back in Vienna, I think, for a while, until some of his buddies back at Cambridge was saying, "Hey, well, we got some further questions for philosophy." And he was like, "Well, damn." And he ended up writing a whole other book, which became the second most well-read and published book in philosophy, that kind of just poo-pooed on a lot of the stuff he said in his first book. That's his second book became the impetus for the philosophical view called ordinary language philosophy, that we shouldn't be looking to a bunch of stuff. I don't want to get too much into Wittgenstein, but so many things came out of Wittgenstein's writings, those two big books. Then there's other things he wrote, like the Blue and Brown books, which was sort of like an assembly of his writings that were published after his death. That was important. He wrote an important article about moral relativism, basically in support of it. It can't be understated his importance to Western philosophy. And he's one of those philosophers that's heralded both in analytic philosophy and in continental philosophy. Although my suspicions that he's heralded in continental philosophy is just because that some of his aphoristic writing style is appreciated by people who like writing that looks difficult just for the sake of being difficult. So Polish Lithuanian side. Okay, got you. Igor says Poland was separated from Lithuania during World War One. Lithuania was part of the USSR during World War One time. Well, it wasn't even known as the USSR in World War One. So unless I got that wrong. So I don't. Igor Koski says I'm U.S. Marine E11 still on active duty. Okay, that's what's up. E11? E11? Seriously? Wow. You're up there. Wait, is there an E? I didn't even know there was. Uh, I didn't know the enlisted even goes up to E11 in the Marines. Wow. Okay. Think, um, keep doing what you're doing. U.S. country man says Trump 24. Julio says World War One started in 1914. Uh, da, 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 Wait, uh, Speedy has responded to Monsieur YSN. What's so bad and respectless to you? I'm proud of you. You showed him innocence, no aggressive behavior. You're the best. Always act like this too, bro. Yeah. Since this 11, you get to see the alien spaceships. That's funny. I should do a whole. I should do a video on that another day on the alien stuff, or maybe skepticism in general. Um, but that's hilarious. No, he said he serves on a carrier, so I don't think that touches on spaceships. Maybe that maybe that's a question for Space Force, right? Oh, I'm not getting to whether aliens exist. I'm gonna keep this on philosophy. We can just if you want to jump in, we can do another live stream just talking about aliens and stuff. But I just want to keep this on philosophy. Yeah, Space Force is still a thing. First of all, uh, I want to give I want to give props to the Space Force. First of all, I did a bunch of YouTube shorts where I give props to different aspects of the military that people don't take seriously. So, for instance, I gave a shout out to the cooks in the military because they don't get enough props for being cooks. Like people often laugh at them, not realizing how vital of a function they serve within the military, cooking our food. Not to mention that a lot of these people have secondary MOSs where they are doing combat related jobs. But I'm also going to speak on Space Force and big them up here too, because first of all, so Space Force comes out of the Air Force. They were a part a part of the Air Force, just like the Air Force was once a part of the Army. They were once part of the Army Air Corps, which then branched out became its own branch, Air Force. Space Force did the same thing. A lot of people disliked them only because it came on under the Trump administration, but it was a good idea no matter which administration talked about it, because as we're talking about more cyber warfare and things going on with technology, with space technology, it made sense to have a separate force that that um that defended those those American interests. Not to mention that their PT standards are higher than the Navy. Their PT standards, I think, are the same or almost the same as the Air Force, but their PT requirements are better than the Navy. like the Navy are the most out of shape people I've ever seen in the military. I mean, it's partly not their fault because when you're serving on boards, like there's limited capacity for staying in shape. Although I've heard from folks in the Navy, they do make them run the ship to stay in shape and stuff, but they're the most out of shape people in the military. Space Force, no, at least they stay in shape. And to be honest, if Space Force was around back when I first enlisted, I probably would have joined them too. The only thing is they're never going to see deployment because their field is literally space, outer space. So they're never going to be deployed into the field. But it's still pretty cool. I think most of them are stationed in places like Colorado and stuff like that. But what they do is pretty high tech, and it probably can probably land you a good job after you come out of the Space Force in certain fields like cybersecurity and IT, stuff like that. Something to think about. So it's definitely still a thing, and it's I definitely give my you know give credit to them. Oh, OD. So Igor says OD 11 and today's E9 rank on the Marine Corps in the Marine Corps. Okay, yeah, because I'm sorry because I don't know the Marine Corps enlisted ranking the same way because I would think the Army equivalent like E a E11 would be like command like the a major command sergeant major, something like that, because you have the sergeant major of the army, which I believe is E12. Then below that is like, I guess, major command sergeant major or something like that. So I don't know how it breaks down in the Marines. The Navy needs to look into the Mariana Trench. Got to get into shape for that though. What you mean? I think that's too deep for them to get in. I don't know what you mean by look into the Mariana Trench. I hope you're not saying it's trying to. I hope you're not trying to say there's like aliens down there, or mysterious sea monsters like those old movies from the '90s. Like what was it, Deep Blue, and what was that movie made by the same guy who did Avatar? He did this really good movie back in like 1990, and they found like eh, I, I guess they were aliens or something down there. I can't remember if they were aliens or they were supposed to be sea creatures. I forgot, but it's a really good movie. Starts with an A, and it's by the same guy who did like Avatar. But I can't remember the name of it. Burpees will make you stay in shape. Yeah, but they're exhausting. I don't really do the burpees. I run, I do push ups, sit ups, flutter kicks. I do my martial arts. And I hit the gym. Navy people, we call them desk people. Well, that's the nice. Well, that's the nice thing to call them. Because I know you guys got other words for them, but yeah, desk people is probably the nice thing to call them. I mean, just like so, like in the army, we call people who don't have a MOS that takes them out in the field. We call them chairborne rangers. So I guess desk people is like the same thing, right? The Space Force people usually get IT jobs or continue to work for intelligence service. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. People are sleeping on Space Force. Like I said, if they existed when I went in, I definitely would have done Space Force. Like when I initially enlisted, I did do Air Force. I switched to Army because I found out that the Army, I mean, sorry, not the Army, the Air Force, when you go into basic training, they can't lock in your MOS while you're in training. So you can only get what's available to you when you come out. Now, and I've heard from other Air Force veterans that they never had a problem finding the job that they wanted after they came out of basic training. But I know as a fact that the Air Force can't hold the job that you want while you're in training the way the Army can. So I wasn't that kind of dissuaded me. So and I switched over to Army. And then they were upset, probably because my ASVAB scores were pretty high, so they wanted to keep me within the Air Force. But the Army recruiter, whatever they did, they ensured that I was able to switch over. But if Space Force existed back then, I definitely would have done that to get to be able to do the IT stuff. This like between the certifications, the um the high level security clearance, it's going to lead you to doing a really to having a high paying job. Like I said, Space Force to be able to have something that's even remotely close to like a Starfleet uniform, or something that sounds futuristic and space like. It's just cool in itself for anyone who's like nerdy like that. So why, Julio says, why are the American military always screaming while the European and Russian are mostly silent during training? I can't speak for how Europeans and Russians train. I can say the yelling is a shortcut to making sure someone understands something without having to repeat it. Like think about it. If you're in the field and you're yelling out commands, are you going to be like, hey guys, we need to march 10 clicks that way because the enemy is coming that way. So we need to go this way. No, you're going to be like, whole ass, private. It's a shortcut to understanding for people. So E9 is equivalent to sergeant major. You can stay as a captain, but with a higher pay grade. Okay. So I knew it had to relate to like sergeant major. I just didn't know if it was the same. Times I love to captain the Enterprise one day. I know, right? I do have a Starfleet uniform. Anyway, let's get back to philosophy, guys. I mean, you can you can get me off topic with military stuff, and but yeah, if there's no more like philosophy questions, I'm gonna probably nip this in the bud. But I think I answered most of the questions people had about what was philosophy, what was analytic philosophy. Someone asked me like some really existential questions like what was the purpose of life? Is there a meaning of life and stuff like that? Um, I'm surprised people didn't ask me some of the other questions like what's the sound of one hand clapping, or if a tree falls in the woods and no one is there, can you hear it? Stuff. I'm surprised I didn't get. I was expecting people to ask me those sorts of very hackneyed questions that people get when people learn that you know philosophy. It's just like when people learn you have a background in psychology, they always say, "Oh, you analyzing me?" Like, no, that's not how it works. But then when people learn you know philosophy, then they ask you those questions like, "Oh, what's the sound of one hand clapping?" And what now I did get the what's the purpose of life? That's a common one. Then, like I said, the other one is if a tree falls in the woods with no one around to hear it, does it make a sound? Stuff like that. Those are common questions. We often call those um, pseudo questions. But did anyone like have any particular um, questions or comments regarding philosophy? Because like I said, we can do a whole separate live stream on military and stuff like that. Like maybe have one about what's the best branch and why. That should lead to a spirited discussion. If I ask a question like what's the best branch in the military, but I want to keep this purely on conceptual and philosophical questions today or comments. Someone was asking me earlier about atheism and wanted to say that it related to cultural Marxism, and I hope I convinced them that the two are completely separate. Um, but yeah, I, it doesn't look like I'm getting any more questions on that because I think a lot of the people that were asking me those questions earlier actually had to leave. I know some of them were overseas. We had people coming from Switzerland and some other places. I had to time out a few people that were being rude, or Mrs. Contrarian did. So shout out to my wife for helping me out. Because she can catch those because I'm busy talking, so I don't see the rude comments until like way later. And then by that time, it's already started to flood the thread. Um, Maybe we can do a topic on aliens as well in another stream. Igor says best branch in military is logistics, easy job, no fighting, all the food you want, plus you don't get drilled. My problem with that would be some people in logistics think they're the best too because they're like, well, you couldn't do what you do without us. Yeah, okay. Infantry existed before logistics, but whatever. um, I, but like, yeah, I won't say it's rarely any job in the military I would say is BS because all of it serves its function. But I think when you're talking particularly about army military, the heart the heart of the army and the military are the infantries. Can I cheer the for the Canucks for good luck? Um, Hockey team, right? Well, cheers to the Canucks. Sounds like Canadian team. It sounds Canadian. But yeah, like I said, I respect anyone who served. Then also not just the military branches, but you also have, you know, the U.S. Public Health Services. They're they're actually considered part of the military, not a military branch, but they considered part of the military. Like they get the same veteran benefits as we do when they come out, and they get commissioned as military officers. I met some just on my at my alma mater 2 weeks ago. Also NOAA, they're like under the military. Are you well, I'm Swarzy. I hope the Connects does do well. Yeah, NOAA, which is what's that? The National Atmospheric and Oceanographic Organization, something like that. So they also are commissioned as military officers, and then the Merchant Marines, which um, I think when they get commissioned, I think when they get commissioned, they're commissioned as naval officers. Actually, right? You Igor, you probably know that more than I do. Merchant Marines, when they get commissioned, they're commissioned in the Navy, right? Like they don't have a commission as Merchant Marines, but um, they get commissioned as naval officers if I'm not incorrect. Like because they have a Merchant Marine Academy, which is usually the academy that everyone goes to if they can't get into any of the other ones. If they can't get into the Naval Academy or West Point or Air Force or Coast Guard, they go to Merchant Marines. And then when they come out, I think they get commissioned as a naval officer. Okay, thanks. I wasn't sure about that. Um, but it was funny. I like a lot of this stuff I didn't hear about until I left the army. So I was like, "Oh, Merchant Marines, that sounds cool." I was like, I would have probably applied to that because I know a lot of the folks who are in my Passport Bro group. Some of them are in the Merchant Marines, and they was talking about all the benefits they get and how it actually makes it easier for them to travel, um, being as part of the Merchant Marines. So I was like, yeah, I never thought of that. Oh, plus I think they said they do take people who are prior service in the Merchant Marines. I think the guy was saying that as well, so I'm not sure. I know here I live in Maryland, the DC National Guard, they're taking all prior service, and if you're army or military, you don't have to do any you don't have to go back into training. But I think if you do, if you're like Navy or Coast Guard or Air Force. But DC National Guard is taking all prior service up to the age of 60, which is wild. I never heard of that. Okay, yeah. So Merchant Marines might be something people might want to think about after they leave their first, their service. Like once you ETS, not everyone wants to be the E4 mafia for the rest of their life. So switching from E4 mafia over to like, I don't know, like merchant marines or something like that might be a maybe a good transition. Oh, he was at Fort Myers. Okay, that's what's up. I knew people stationed there. Fort Myers, Fort Belvoir. What's the other one? Fort Lee, I think. Right. So, but I'm about to end this. I don't see me getting any more philosophy questions, and this is going to lead to us talking about the military, and most people just completely not knowing what we're talking about. But all right, guys. Unless there's any other like questions about philosophy, then yeah, they still say E4 Mafia. They still say it. But yeah, unless there's any other questions about like philosophy, guys, like I said, analytic versus continental philosophy or things like that, then I'm a trek out. Shout out from Tunisia, Africa. What's up? And for anyone who joined the chat late, like I said, this was a just a random live stream about philosophical topics, which we didn't get into that much. Which I didn't expect because most people don't have a background in philosophy. And the problem is, as most of the academic departments on colleges are shrinking, especially ones that don't pertain to. I'm gonna try to be nice here. It doesn't pertain to certain groups. Then a lot of them are losing their funding, so you're seeing a lot of academic departments shrinking. All right, Igor, take care, man. Um, I sometimes wish I was still active duty myself. I actually came out because uh, for I was medically discharged. I have PKU, and when we got deployed to the Middle East, they were saying because of my dietary restrictions, because of PKU, I had to stay stateside. So that ended my military career after 6 years. But then when I came back, I just went on and finished school and started grad school and stuff, which I still need to finish, but that's a different topic. But I appreciate the chat. Hopefully you can jump on again. Um, but yeah, guys, if anyone has any philosophical questions, queries, comments, we can talk about that. If not, I'm going to end the chat because this is going on like 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Thanks, Igor. I appreciate it. Oh, you did 7 tours between Iraq, Afghanistan, and Syria. Wow. Okay. Yeah. So my unit, they went to Iraq, Afghanistan, and Kuwait. Like I said, I didn't go with them because when once we went to start training to deploy, we had to do that, the readiness review and all that sort of stuff, and they found me medically unfit to deploy because of my dietary restrictions. Uh, but it was all good because when I came back home, I finished my degree because I was like one semester away from finishing my degree when we got deployed. So when we got called for deployment, so it's all good. um, but and my MOS was cable and telephone installation and wiring. So they call us cable dogs because they would say that we're the people that are running behind the cable trucks, like like the way you see dogs running behind a truck. Yeah, but yeah, thanks again, Igor. All right, take care, man. All right, fellas. I'm gonna wrap it up for you guys because I don't see any more questions, at least conceptual questions about philosophy and stuff. And I'll probably just have to do a separate stream just for all the service members. We might just do something along that lines, talking about what's the best military branch, what MOS people had when they were in, if they can talk about it, because some people have high level security clearances where they really can't discuss what they did beyond what you can put in a DD 214. So Um, and for those who don't know, a DD 214 are your discharge papers, right? And it gives you your record of your military service. So, all right, I'll definitely do that. I'll probably have to do that. So, other than that, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up. Appreciate it. I didn't see any more philosophy questions from what I'm looking at, and I don't even see. I I think I don't know if Mr. Contrarian is still moderating or not, but she got stuff to do as well. So she hung in there with me as well for a while. So everyone, um, be shout out to Mrs. Contrarian for being a moderator. Okay, you might be seeing her in a video soon, so we'll see. All right, thank you, Igor. All right, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up. All right, so take care, have fun. Um, Shout out to all the mothers out there, everyone who's celebrating with their wife who's a mom or their mother who they took out tonight. She says, oh, she says she's working at the same time. So see, she's better than I am. She's working and doing this at the same time. Remember how? Do you remember? I think I used to tell you this right when I used to be at work, and I would be sitting there like watching like stuff on like YouTube while I'm working. I was even like what I watched half of all of Naruto while I was at work back in Baltimore. But I'm gonna wrap it up, baby, because I don't see anyone asking me any philosophy questions unless you want to ask me something real quick before I go. But like I gave them like most of my background in philosophy, and I told them what I meant by philosophy and analytic philosophy, because most people have never heard of analytic philosophy unless they've actually taken a philosophy course. And then what most people think philosophy is usually the stuff they hear about in literature class. And there's a running joke that all the bad ideas in academia go into English literature. So um, I don't I don't think anyone else is going to ask me anything. Thanks for moderating though and kicking those people out because they were annoying. Some of them are like in every live stream. One guy I didn't see. I usually see this one guy who always says "oil up for me," which is just that's that's just some Diddy stuff right there. Are you all good? Yeah. Okay. I know you don't get into those sort of topics, but um, if you can help me out again next time, that I appreciate it. And then you might be having something coming up that we're gonna share with them too, right? But we're gonna keep that. um, did you hear any of the stuff I was telling them though about philosophy? Like I tried to keep it simple because trust me, like that stuff can get complicated because I've discussed it with you before. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go because I don't see any other questions. And the most riveting conversation I was having was with the guy Igor. He was a Marine. He's actually active duty, so that was what's up that he was able to get on live with us. I had a good conversation with this guy way earlier. I think it was God Lives or whatever his name was. He asked me a few questions that I got to go into, but most of the stuff wasn't really about philosophy. You said, "How do I sign up?" I mean, you can just subscribe to the channel, hit the like, hit the notifications, and you'll see all my content. You can look at all the content that I've already made, Juice Dope, and the stuff I'll be doing in the future. Thank you, I appreciate it. So since you're in the chat before I go, it was talking about philosophy. Did you have any questions about philosophy? That's what it was about. and I was taking like any and all questions about philosophy. Most people was asking me stuff completely unrelated. What is your favorite? Oh, so someone did ask me this earlier. I said that my favorite philosopher is W.V.O. Quine, Willard Van Orman Quine. He was an analytic philosopher. He died back in 2000. Almost all of my favorite philosophers, except for my professors, have already passed away. He was one of my favorites. He was like considered a radical empiricist. He, like most analytic philosophers, he was also a mathematician. Some of his work is actually used in computer science nowadays. Like I think it might be called something like along the lines of Quantian programming or Quantian linguistics, something like that. But that's the difference between analytic philosophy and continental philosophy. Analytic philosophy actually contributes to the fields of science and logic and mathematics, whereas continental philosophy is more along the lines of literature or literary criticism or history of philosophy. They don't really do work that's considered like um, philosophy, qua philosophy, or philosophy of science type of stuff. But yeah, Quine is my favorite. Trying to think of some books that he's written because I have several of his that you could read, as well as many of his articles, or you can just go online and look up Willard Van Orman Quine. And I was telling people if they want more information on anything pertaining to philosophy that I discussed, or that they have questions about, go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It's a complete online encyclopedia of philosophy, and is used by people in the field itself. The second one is called IEP, or Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It's also a really good place to look for any sort of philosophical information. Again, it's used by people in the philosophy departments themselves here in America and the UK and everywhere else. There's also the Cambridge Dictionary of Philosophy. That I'm not sure whether it's online, but I have the hardback edition of it. But I think there's a digital version as well. Egon, I don't know what you're talking about, but let's be civil because the wife is in the chat and she's my moderator and she will kick you out if you step out of line. Justo says you said analytical philosophy and continental philosophy. Yes. So I broke this down early. I'll say it quickly again. So within the history of Western, that is, when I say Western, mostly European philosophy, there's a divide between analytical philosophy and continental philosophy. Continental philosophy is mostly the the body of work done that came out of France and Germany, whereas most of the analytic or anglophone philosophy came out of England and the UK. I mean England and the United States, right? Well, I shouldn't say just England. I'm sorry, because someone from the UK is going to correct me. So all of Britain or the UK and America, as well as Australia and New Zealand, all the Anglophone countries. Um, and the difference between them is, like I said, analytic philosophy deals in mostly literature, literary criticism, and history of philosophy. And a lot of the people involved in continental philosophy get are get involved in social movements. So you'll see a lot of people who are invested in a lot of social justice and things like that coming from the continental philosophy side. Whereas analytic philosophy is the tradition, like I said, coming out of Britain and the U.S. that started in the 1870s by a mathematician called Gottlob Frege. He started a research program called Logicism, which was the attempt to reduce all of mathematics to logic. Okay. He failed, but his body of work led to to philosophy, and he also invented modern logic. Um, all the symbolic logic that we use now in computer science and IT and data data studies and all this sort of basically formal programming, computer science, all that stuff comes from the work that Gottlieb Frege did back in around like 18 in the 1870s when he invented modern logic. All the symbolic logic, formal language comes from him basically. People like Alan Turing was able to use the work done by people like Gottlieb Frege and others to give us modern computers. Um, love for love for OE, you're about to get blocked, my friend. But like I said, Gottlieb Frege was one of the founders of analytic philosophy. Then it was Bertrand Russell. He was actually a British nobleman, but he hated using his title, so you never heard him call himself the third Earl of such and such and such and such. He just went by Bertrand Russell to his friends, and I think his friends probably just called him Bert. But he was like one of the founders. Then the third person and probably the most important out of all of them to some people is Ludwig Wittgenstein, who whose body of work was both important to both analytic philosophy and continental philosophy. And then the fourth person was G.E. Moore, with George Edward Moore. He developed the ordinary criticism of philosophy. Um, like one of his well no he was heavy in what's called the common sense argument. Like when it came to like disagreeing with philosophical skeptics who denied that we can ever know that there's an external world, that knowledge exists, he would say, well, here I see that I have my right hand. Here I see a left hand. So I see that there's two things in the world that exist, my hands. Therefore, a world exists. Like he went to this whole thing called the common sense argument. It's not a knockdown, drag down argument, but it could be pretty powerful when wielded correctly, especially against people who made overly complicated arguments that don't need to be complicated, which is called the philosopher's fallacy. Um, Let me get to Juso says, so you do believe that life can be broken down into mathematical equations like the golden ratio, stuff like that? Depends on what you mean. I would say this, like mathematics uh, seems to be the language of nature. That's that's how I look at it. Mathematics seems to be the language of nature. Greetings to you from Indonesia. What's up, Pidjabon Lepung? I hope I said your name correctly. What part of Indonesia you're from? I've been to Bali, but I haven't been to the other islands yet. I actually told the wife, well, no, she told me actually that we should next time we go back, we should actually island hop. She wants to go back to Bali, and then we can island hop from there to the other nearby islands. Barbarian says, I follow the way of the forest, but I fear the Christian God, Jesus, and pray to him. I try to be the stoic, but binge an Epicurean excess after starving periodically. I'm not sure what you mean, because if you are steeped in Christian faith, you know that in the Bible, particularly in the Old Testament, they always saw Epicureans as the bad guys. Epicureans were almost a way of talking about atheists back then in the Old Testament. The early biblical writers, I think, used Epicurean just as a slander for anyone who didn't didn't hold religious beliefs. But Epicureanism is an actual philosophy that comes out of ancient Greece, which tended to be more about hedonistic pleasures and stuff like that. Um, and they rejected the the Olympian pantheon of gods. So sometimes calling someone Epicurean was tantamount to calling them atheist or or something of the nature. Um, Preppy 3000 says, "How can you see the text while live streaming?" You should be able to see it live. I'm scrolling up and down to catch all the comments, but uh, you should be able to see it in real time. Red Hulk Greenhawk says he bangs the colors of the great philosopher. It looks like so white, huh? If you're talking about just talking about European philosophers or whatever, so there was a course on Afro Caribbean philosophy that I didn't take. I actually wanted to take it. I think I didn't take it either because the class was already filled and I was on a wait list, or it conflicted with another course I had to take. I can't remember. But just because I'm talking about these philosophers don't mean I'm saying that those other philosophies don't exist. There's a strain of philosophy that comes out of Latin America, um, Afro Caribbean philosophy, African philosophy, Eastern philosophy, right? Um, the Hindu philosophy, and so forth. I'm I hope no one's taking me to say that I don't care about these things. I'm just talking about the stuff that I know about, and plus, no one ever asked me in the comments my any questions about these other philosophies. But that's not to say that they don't exist or that they're not important. And I do actually have some leanings as far as some Eastern philosophies are concerned. But no one asked me about them. But that's not to say that I only care about European philosophy. I think the European philosophy is probably um, the most academic of all of them, though, because Eastern philosophy sometimes just ended up turning into religion, and in the Western tradition, what philosophy became the rejection of religion. That's what set the ancient Greek philosophers apart from the 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 Olympic cults of the day, right? So for instance, let's talk about Socrates. Like according to Plato, I had to preface it by saying according to Plato because a lot of a lot of stuff we know from about Socrates comes from Plato or from some of Socrates' other contemporaries who wrote about him because he didn't write about him. He never wrote anything himself. He thought that writing he actually thought that writing was a bad thing because it would hurt people's memory. Sort of the way we talk about technology today. Like every time a new technology comes out, we're gonna say, "Oh, it's gonna rot your brain." So for the boomers, their parents told them the TV is gonna rot their brains. They won't have any memories. When it came to us, they told us that, um, you know, the internet was gonna do that, and then later they said smartphones are gonna do that, and they said social media is gonna do that. Oh, you get the gist. But anyway, so I think Socrates was wrong to think that writing would hurt our mental abilities. But in any case, he never wrote anything himself. So everything we have come to know about him was through his contemporaries, like his students. One of those students being Plato. According to Plato, Socrates went to the being in Athens, he went to the I forgot what you call it, the place where you go to where the gods you go to worship the god, and it was for Apollo, and he was told by the person there, I forgot what you call those women that at those Greek shrines. If someone can tell me in the chat, I can't remember. I'm sorry. But if you saw 300, remember when he went to go pay his respects to the woman who told him what the gods were wanted him to do, but really the lady was just being paid off by those other folks to tell him to not fight against um, the Persian god king. But anyway, so uh, he went to the Apollo shrine and was told by the woman there that he would be the wisest man in Athens. And Socrates said, "Well, I don't really believe that. I'm not sure. So let me go consult with all the people I know to be the wisest people in Athens." And as he did so, he realized that all these people who thought so well of themselves really didn't know as much as they thought they did. And it pissed them off that he would question them in such a way that kind of revealed that they didn't really know what they were talking about most of the time. This became the Socratic method, known in in people, anyone who's went to law school or who've taken communications. Um, but the Socratic method of questioning people comes from that, where he would talk with these folks around Athens who were known as like the experts in their field, and found out a lot of them were just bluffing, that they didn't really, when they were actually like questioned, that they didn't know what they were talking about lots of times, or they were just standing on their on on stuff that they were told themselves. But in any case, he decided that, okay, if he was the wisest man in Athens, it was only because, unlike all these other people, he didn't pretend to know things that he didn't know. So that has been bastardized to say, when Socrates says, "I only know that I know nothing," which is not what he would have said, because he would have never uttered such a patented logical contradiction. What he really said was, if I'm to say that I'm the wisest man in all of Athens, it is only because, unlike these other people whom I've met, I don't pretend to know things that I don't know. So that and in that tradition, that separated Greek philosophy from religion, because they rejected just taking things on tradition and based on cultural upbringing, and actually questioning things. So the earliest Greek philosophers were, or they're called the pre-Socratics, came out of a region called the uh, the Ios or whatever. They were known as the Ionian philosophers. Sometimes called the Ionian scientists, because they were the first to look at an empirical way of exploring nature, as opposed to looking at it from a religious perspective. And that's what started the tradition of Western philosophy, and is the backbone of all Western civilization. Let me get back to the comments. I just seen a streamer's hot mom. I feel out of touch with my spirituality. I don't know what to tell you there, Hamza. Justo says, so do you believe that life can be broken down? Oh yeah, we already answered. We already talked about that. I read Whole Greenhouse said you should start a live and talk about that. Yeah, that would probably get you a lot of responses. That's neither here nor there for this discussion. Do you know what the origins of mathematics are? When did humans start using math? Um, Depends on what you mean by using math. You mean in a, I guess you mean in a more abstract form of using math, because we have innate mathematical beliefs. Like, we developmental psychologists can look at babies and know that they have a basic sense of numbers. Like, they, up until a certain point, like they can know that I have one, I have I have one toy here, I have two toys here, and so forth. And you take one away, and their attention be like, what happened to the other thing? So we're humans are born with a sense of number, of a sense of numbering and stuff like that. So we all are born with a innate sense of math in some sense, because we also have an innate intuitive logic as well. But I think you're meaning, like, when did we started doing like formal math? That started pretty early. Like, formal math started probably as early as as philosophy, because in a lot of the learned men back then thought that geometry was a core part of academic learning. The first university was started by Plato's Academy. In it, um, you learn philosophy, you learn geometry, um, um, and whatever else you learn, like music and stuff like that. Geometry was also uh, geometry or mathematics has always been a core part of Western philosophy, which is why people on the analytic philosophy side of the divide of Western philosophy see them as more as the people who have inherited the Western philosophical tradition more than the people on the continental philosophy side. Justo says, when I think about philosophers, I think about the ancient Greek philosophers like Aristotle, Socrates, Epictetus. Yeah. So what about the ancient Egyptians? They built the pyramids. They couldn't have done it without some understanding of mathematics. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't mean to say that the Egyptians. I mean, sorry, that the Greeks alone did mathematics. No, I was saying that I think that math and philosophy have been around both around the same times. Actually, I would say, actually no, I would say math probably came first because writing itself started in Sumeria. Like our earliest records of written language comes out of Sumeria, and the whole purpose of written language in Sumeria was for bookkeeping purposes. So our first instances of written language out of Sumeria came for the purposes of bookkeeping, which also indicates math, right? So there you go. So throughout the whole Fertile Crescent, the um, uh, the Nile River civilizations, the Indus River civilizations in India, the Tiger, you know, the Tiger Euphrates Valley, which is the Fertile Crescent, that whole area, all the way over to the Yellow and Yangtze River in ancient China. Like, I think civilization would have been predicated on some some understanding of math, and like the earliest math was geometry. That was invented in Greece, but um, yeah, math has been around for a long time. Um, if that answers your question. Um, did, did that make sense, guys? Did that just go far off? I will be getting off soon, so I do need to eat and relieve myself soon. But yeah, and like I said, I don't mean to imply for folks that philosophy was only in Europe or ancient Greece and Rome. Like I said, there's a tradition of philosophy that came out of the Hindu kingdoms of ancient India. There's writings of philosophy that came out of like ancient China and and places with I won't say Egypt so much just because a lot of the stuff that can be considered philosophy, and I've had this debate with my dad, who's a huge Egyptologist type guy. And I don't mean Egyptology in the history, I mean Egyptology is in the mystic stuff. I told him like that doesn't that can't be really considered philosophy because they mix their philosophical views with religious views. And I was saying the whole trend of Western philosophy started when philosophy divorced itself from religion, and I started first in Greece and then had a ripple effect throughout that region of the world. Who do I think built the pyramids of Egypt? The Egyptians. If you, I don't believe. Again, unlike my father, who is into a lot of crazy beliefs, I don't believe aliens built it, and I don't believe the Jews built it either. I think the Egyptians built it. There's multiple um, documentaries showing how they've used elaborate systems of mathematics and labor, because it was a communal it was a community-wide effort when pyramids were built. Like, it wasn't just done by a slave force. A slave force wouldn't have been enough. It had to be the whole community working to build these pyramids. And usually this would happen as soon as I think the pharaoh was born. They started a project building pyramids for them. And this was only in the ancient era, because by the late periods of ancient Egypt, the pyramids were ancient to them as well. So by the time you get to the Ptolemaic dynasty of people like Cleopatra and all of those folks, um, the pyramids were already ancient to them. Like, they weren't building pyramids anymore. So in that time, I believe from the historical records, like, the ancient Egyptians built it themselves, and it was like a community effort that everyone contributed to. But with what technology? So they showed, like, I can't answer here, but yeah, they've shown in those documents how they the technology they used to roll the stones across to get them to the destination and stuff like that. You said the pharaohs must have been real important to have a pyramid that big built just for, yes, they were that important. Remember, a pharaoh was considered God incarnate. It was, look at their names. Their names had the gods that they embodied. Like, uh Tutankhamun was supposed to be like an incarnation of the god Amun Ra. And before him, his father, I think that was his father, Akhenaten. Akhenaten is a very important pharaoh because he's the very, as far as we know in history, he was the very first person to start a monotheistic religion. The god Aten, when he changed, because his original name was, I think, Pharaoh Amenephis the Fourth, and he changed it to Akhenaten to represent that he thought that Aten was the only god and had all the other all the other cults destroyed. And he started the first monotheistic religion in the world. When he died, there was later rejection of his belief in the one god Aten, and they returned back to the Egyptian pantheon of gods under under King Tutankhamun, his son. Um, but yeah, King Akhenaten invented monotheistic religion, and like I said, the pharaohs were revered as god kings. So yeah, a pyramid would have been very important to build for them, because you're literally building a temple in honor of your god, right? Look at the stuff that people have built across the world to their god. Like, look at the uh the Jewish temple in Israel that was built and destroyed and rebuilt. Um, Many other, and we can go into a bunch of different things that people have built in honor of their religious beliefs. So yeah, Pharaoh would have been very important enough to build a pyramid, and the geometric shape makes it easier to build because we see different types of pyramids all over the world. We see pyramids built in places like Mesoamerica and Turkey, and even the mounds in North America. Um, I forgot the name of those, but I think they existed, like in places like, what was it, like Tennessee, Oklahoma, someplace like that. We see the pyramid-like structures in other places, like in the Far East. So it was a common sort of thing to build with that geometric structure. Let me get back to these comments. Last time did Ligma Smith, a very well-known archaeologist who did lots of work in Egypt, just uncovered something extreme 10 miles south of the Great Sphinx. It was 2000. Okay. 2000's a big yay. Haha. um, yeah, he says so. The pharaohs were believed to be incarnations of gods. Yes, they were. I mean, think about most kings have ruled through so-called divine through divine rule. Even like looking at in medieval Europe, like the kings were said to be on the throne through divine will, right? So it's not hard to think that in earlier times they saw their kings as gods incarnate, and then it became more moderated to not being gods incarnate, but being on the throne through divine will. Do you believe that has some truth, or was just an entire civilization is just delusional? Um, it depends on what you it depends on what you mean. Um, I, I'm not religious myself. Um, I think religion was a way of people explaining things before we had philosophy and before we had science. Like it just like it just made sense. Like I think the first forms of religion were animism, which is we saw basically spirits or gods and all the different things we see. Like there's a spirit in that rock, there's a spirit in that mountain, there's a spirit in that tree, there's a spirit in the sky, and all sorts of things. And then smarter people came and said, well, no, that's not. Instead of animism, they had polytheistic religion. They said, well, no, there's not gods in everything we see. Instead, the gods are these different, actually just are these forces of nature, right? And then someone else came along and said, well, they're not the forces of nature. They actually govern the different aspects of nature. And then someone else said, well, no, there's not gods. There's just one God who does all these things. And like I said, Akhenaten was the first person to conceive of a monotheistic religion. Um, Jared Vigorton, why do you keep talking about you voted for Trump? That has literally nothing to do with this subject. Like I said, if you wanna hold on to your thoughts for a political discussion, we can do a political discussion, but this is not about that. And already told you what I my political leanings and whom I voted for in the past in a previous live stream. But if you're just gonna be a troll, Mrs. Contrarian is gonna kick you out. So be nice. Hold on for that live stream where I talk about politics and we can discuss that. This is not about politics. This is about philosophy. If you want to discuss the philosophy of politics, we can do that. I've taken a political philosophy class, so if you want to talk the the philosophy of politics, we can do that. But this whole Trump thing, first of all, not everyone sees Trump as a boogeyman, so it just seems silly, and you're just trolling. All right, and like I said, if you're going to troll, Mrs. Contrarian is going to kick you out the live stream because she is acting as my moderator right now. So anyway, Juice Dope. So like I said, you can look into the Egyptian mystic cults if you want more information on their philosophical leanings. Like I said, I can't call it philosophy proper because it was still mixed up with spiritual beliefs. And like I tried to explain to my father unsuccessfully, is that if it's still enveloped within religion, it's not philosophy because the whole tradition of philosophy was the rejection of spiritual explanations, of supernatural explanations for the world. Philosophy started when these Ionian philosophers in ancient Greece said, how do we explain these things without without basically just devolving to saying this is a supernatural thing. To give a supernatural explanation of something is not an explanation at all because it gives you no mechanism for how that thing is to work. Like if someone was to ask how do you program your Fire Stick, or how do you program your Roku stick, or whatever, and they just said, well, through divine intervention you must pray and that'll set your your Fire Stick up so that you can look at Disney Plus and Hulu and Max, that wouldn't really be an explanation, would it? It would just be like, what the hell are you talking about? But only in other aspects of 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 the world can we get away with giving a supernatural explanation for something that deserves an actual natural explanation. So, with that said, I think I'm about to go unless I get some other philosophical questions. But I mean, I appreciate it. Manifest the law of attraction. I don't think the well, depending on what you mean by law of attraction, I think the law of attraction is not an actual natural law. I think that's just a way of explaining certain human behavior. But um, I think that's about it. Actually, I was about to wrap it up about an hour ago, and then you guys jumped in. Let me see, what time is it? Oh my, it is late. So yeah, I'm about to go, guys. Like I said, if anyone has some genuine questions on philosophy, go to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which is available online, or you can go to the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy, which is also online. And the third one, which I'm not sure is online, is called the Cambridge Dictionary of Philosophy. Um, so those are really good sources. And like I said, they break down things in a way that is very understandable for the layperson. Like you don't have to have a background in logic or in academic philosophy to understand the articles that they have at that on those websites. So it's pretty good. Okay, I've actually some of my professors have actually left articles published on those sites. So that's pretty cool. Um, and I appreciate you for subscribing, Juice Dope. If you guys got any other questions, you can ask me now before I'm about to go. I've already said I might do a live stream in the future just talking about military stuff because I had a good riveting conversation earlier with someone. Um, and I might do something on along the lines of skepticism and aliens, since that controversy keeps picking up in the media. I've actually answered it. It's not your fault you weren't on the live stream, but yeah, I did answer that question 2 hours earlier. What's the meaning of life from a philosopher's perspective? I don't mind answering it again though, since you asked it in good faith and you weren't in the stream 2 hours ago. So I was saying these are one of the few questions that philosophers have actually answered, because usually the cynicism from other academic departments is that philosophy never answers any questions. They're just good at asking questions. And I was saying that's actually not true. The problem with progress in philosophy is that you don't see it, because whenever you amount a significant body of knowledge when philosophy, it stops being philosophy and turns into being science. Okay. Um, but one that is one of the questions this answers. So, according to a lot of people in philosophy, to ask what's the meaning of life is not well. It depends on your own perspective. Like unless you're taking it on faith, there really is no meaning of life. So that's the actual answer, is that unless you're taking it on some sort of faith, some sort of spiritual, religious um, background, there really is no reason or rational grounds to believe there is a meaning to life. So that's the answer to that. What's up, Richard? What's going on? No, it's not nihilism. So it's not nihilism. Nihilism is a little bit more extreme than that. The what philosophers say is that basically nihilists were right to say that there is no meaning in life, but nihilists take it a further from that. So now let's take from the premise that there is no meaning to life to saying that nothing you do matters, and those are not the same things. To say that there's no meaning to life doesn't mean that anything anything you do doesn't matter. That's not. I don't. That part of this, the second part of that conditional statement would be false for the nihilist. More basically is what because it's also what existentialists say, that there's no meaning to life, but obviously all existentialists aren't nihilists. Some existentialists will say, like if you start talking about people like Albert Camus or John Paul Sartre or um, Beauvoir, and this goes into continental philosophy. So even though I said I don't really study continental philosophy, I am aware of some of those people in continental philosophy like Sartre, Camus, and Beauvoir. Um, uh, and some other folks. Just because there's no meaning to life doesn't mean that nothing you does matter, or that you can just be okay with chaos. Because there's two ways to look at it. It's like, oh, there's no meaning to life. That means I can do whatever. Or there's the same thought, well, there's no meaning to life. So, oh, I can do whatever. Depends. See, it's a different perspective on that. You can look at it either from a defeated a sort of defeatist sort of point, like unless there's some objective thing out there, then that means that I can't live over I can't live a happy rewarding life. No, you can still do so, but you do it on your own terms, and that's what some existentialists have argued, that knowing that we there's no meaning to life means you can live your life on your own terms, not according to some pre-programmed thing out there in the world. If anything, it might be more demoralizing knowing that humans were, according to some religions, are just the plaything of some god out there, right? What's their meaning of life from a Christian perspective? I can't answer that because, first of all, there are so many doctrines within Christianity that they don't all agree with each other. So, whatever, like, say, Roman Catholicism might say about the meaning of life may not correspond to the Mormon perspective, or the Latter Day. No, I already said Mormon, so it might not correspond to like the Lutheran perspective, or the Anglican perspective, and so forth. I can't speak on that because there's so many doctrines of Christianity. I can't say which one would be the right one to interpret for that. It totally depends on what doctrine that you embrace, which is one of the problems of religion. There shouldn't be so many different versions of the truth. I can only speak from it from a philosophical perspective, which is there's no rational grounds to believe that there's any meaning of life outside of taking it on faith. And then when you take it on faith, that depends on whichever particular faith that you ascribe to, right? And that goes for other things like life after death and stuff like that. But I hope I didn't make a lot of people's eyes cross. um, but yeah, so that gets into like metaphysics and stuff like that. So that was something I did forget to break down. It's like some of the biggest um, domains within philosophy, at least within Western philosophy or analytic philosophy. So you have metaphysics, which is this like generally the study of nature from like a very conceptual perspective. Usually, metaphysics outside of philosophy is used to refer to things that are like supernatural or supernormal. But in philosophy, it doesn't necessarily mean anything supernatural. It just means the study of things beyond like empirical investigation. So when you have to study stuff from a conceptual um, background, that's metaphysics. Epistemology is the study of knowledge, rationality, and beliefs. So if if metaphysics is the study of nature, epistemology is the study of how we come to know nature and stuff like that. So it's a study of knowledge and rationality and beliefs, stuff like that. Then you have logic, which is both the formal and informal studies of reasoning. Um, then you have like aesthetics and virtue philosophy, which studies the things that come under the softer philosophy, like um, philosophy of art and philosophy of aesthetics and music and stuff like that, and morality, ethics. That's sort of considered the soft philosophy. Um, so that's sort of the breakdown of the different domains within philosophy, and it can get way more nuanced than that. Shadow says there's too many different versions of the Bible. Agreed. And we don't even have the original Bible. The oldest Bible discovered is a copy of a copy of a copy. So we don't know what the original said, and we know that there's been changed quite a lot to fit particular doctrines, like how they changed it during the Nicaea Council. But anyway, I don't want this to be purely a religious discussion. So, um, yeah. So yeah, I'm about to get off in a few minutes, guys. Did you have any other questions though before I go? Hold up, sorry about that. Talking about my Fire Stick, I turned on a program. But any other like philosophical questions beyond meaning of life? Like I say, I'm sorry to answer that in a negative, but most of the answers that come about in philosophy tend to be very nuanced and negative in nature, just because once you actually study these things, you realize, there's not a lot behind it. Like I said, I'm surprised no one asked me any of the common questions that people in a philosophy 101 class asks, like what's the sound of one hand clapping and stuff like that. And Shadow says, "What's your belief pertaining to what? Like belief on what? Because this that can mean a lot of different things. You talking about my spiritual beliefs, which I don't have any. Or you talking about philosophical views? Like I said, I have quite a bit of philosophical views, which I've talked about above. Oh, religion. Again, I'm not religious. I'm atheist. So most philosophers are atheists, by the way. So are most scientists. And that's not to say you have to be an atheist to do philosophy or science. Just that most of them are. Son of Soweto said, "Hello. What did you do for Mother's Day?" Well, first of all, I'm not ma'am. I'm sir. Sir, I'm a guy. I'm not a woman. So unless you're asking that to Mrs. Contrarian or someone else in the chat room, I'm I'm a dude. So don't have kids. Um, so Juice says you don't believe in God. No. So again, you didn't. You can catch all of this in when I post this later. When I so once I post this, you can see everything that happened in the previous part of this live stream. But yes, we had a an interesting talk about atheism um, earlier on, like 2 hours ago. So yeah, I'm atheist. That doesn't mean I don't respect different religious beliefs. Like I said, I think religion is a important part of human expression, but that's I think all it should be. I don't think it should be how people rule other people. Like I said, I have a pendant of Saint Michael's on my dog chain. Saint Michael's is the patron saint of the U.S. Armed Forces, and I had got that when I was in the service because I remember when we were getting deployed, someone came along and just gave out these pendants to everyone. So Skibbity Sigma says hi. How was your Mother's Day? Good. I didn't do anything myself. Of course, I'm not a mother, and my wife and I don't have children yet. So, and my mom went to hang out with my grandmother, and she went to church with my niece and nephew. Well, with my niece. Um, so that's how they celebrated. Son of Sawyer says atheism doesn't make any logical sense, and agnostic is a lot more realistic than an atheist. Actually, you have it backwards. So atheists basically say God doesn't exist, and as I've made the point over 2 hours ago early in the stream, everyone who's religious is atheist because to believe in a certain doctrine means the rejection of every other doctrine out there. So if you are a Christian, then by definition you are atheist towards Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, um, Zoroastrianism, the Olympic gods, the gods of the Incas, the Mayas, the Aztecs, and the Olmecs of the of the Lakota of of the the ancient African religions. So Yoruba and Igbo and Hausa, um, the Hindu gods, all of these things, you're atheist towards them if you're Christian. The atheist just says, and your doctrine's false too. That's the only difference. And an agnostic, on the other hand, just basically says, I'm not going to hold any view whatsoever on this. That doesn't make them more rational than the atheists. They just choose not to take a stance. Shadow says, I studied almost all religion and I discovered only Islam can relate to science and logic. Maybe you should study about it. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Logic came out of ancient, well, um, formal logic came out of ancient Greece with like the Aristotelian logic, which later was further developed with the scholastic or medieval logic, and then later modern logic under Gottlob Frege in the late 1800s. Um, None of that was really connected to Islam. Now, there were mathematical systems developed in the Muslim parts of the world, like algebra, and what was the other? Well, I guess like arithmetic and algebra. I think originally came out of Islamic scholars. So I'll definitely give them that due credit. Whereas trigonometry and geometry came out of the ancient Greek tradition. Calculus was co-invented by both Isaac Newton and what's the other guy? The other philosopher. I can't remember his name right now, but in any case, science and logic are independent of any particular religion. Justo says, so as an atheist, do you believe that it's not God that created humans, but it's human that created God? Depending on what you mean, obviously I don't think God exists. I think you mean, did humans create God in the conceptual sense, right? Yes. Again, like I said, I believe that, like, as has been explained to me by others, religion was ancient humans' um, way of trying to understand the world about them before they had things like science and mathematics and philosophy to say that there was a God that was in the sun and in the moon that controlled the weather, that controlled the oceans, that controlled the volcanoes, that you know that made sure crops grow and animals multiplied and stuff made sense. And then as you start to as human knowledge starts to grow and we realize that there's natural explanations of those things, religion becomes less useful for those purposes. It basically becomes the god of the gaps, where it can only explain the current gaps in our knowledge, which is not which is not a good way to look at religion, as trying to fill in the gaps of our knowledge, which is ever shrinking. Yep, I'm still here. Honestly, I was about to go an hour and a half ago, kick you out, but I don't know. I stayed on. I don't know why. The wife jumped in. She's helping me moderate. But I'm still about to go. But I felt impelled to answer the questions. Justo says, true, if you were to find God, it would have to point at one source for all creation. Now, so there have been philosophical arguments for God. The problem is they've pretty much been bad. You have like the argument from design is the most famous one, which is used by religious folks. You have the argument from design, the and a bunch of other ones. So you have what the cosmological argument, the teleological argument, um, and a bunch of other ones. The most clever argument I heard from guys, since I can go there with you. So uh, there there's a religious philosopher, Alvin Plantinga. I don't know if you guys ever heard of this guy. He's an analytic philosopher named Alvin Plantinga. He said that the belief in God is a properly basic belief. So when he's saying that, when someone says something is a basic belief, that means that there there needs to be no there needs to be no evidence for that belief as basic. Meaning it meaning it doesn't it doesn't derive for anything else for it to be true. And to say that it's properly basic means that it's the foundation of other beliefs. So say as a the belief in God is a properly basic belief is basically saying it's a belief that doesn't have any foundation on its own, and it's the foundation of other beliefs. And he gives a pretty reasonable argument for it. The problem with it is, one, that it 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 depends on people accepting that epistemology should be a foundational epistemic system, whereas most people today in epistemology don't believe in foundational epistemology. They believe in a more of a whole I guess you could call it holistic or coherentist belief system, which this we can discuss that separately. But that's the first problem, is that foundational epistemology is necessary to believe in a properly basic belief. Two is that you can literally make a properly basic belief out of anything. You can say that the belief in the great pumpkin is a properly basic belief. So Linus, so if people wanted to challenge Linus every Halloween, said, Linus, there's no great pumpkin, you're making that up. he can say, "Nah, the Great Pumpkin is a properly basic belief, so I don't have to have any evidence for the Great Pumpkin every Halloween." You see where this? You see why this is a problematic. Like I said, it's a clever argument, but it's easily defeated once you look at it from a non-religious viewpoint. Reaper says Drake or Kendrick. Y'all keep asking me that every live stream. Honestly, I don't care for either one, but like I said, Kendrick is the better lyricist, but Drake has the better music. So, but of but of course Drake, well, has the better music because he has more. He's more of a pop. He's more pop music. He's not rap. He's he's top 40 music rap. So that answers your question. I'm not gonna talk. I'm not gonna go into it again. Son of Soweto says there are various beliefs in theism, but they all agree that their existence is not a work of chance but divine intent. Yeah, but that's an assumption. It, but that's a the that's circular reasoning because you have to believe that you have to already believe that that's true in order to embrace that belief. So it's circular. Juiced up says Kendrick. He said, "Sorry if I don't type everything clearly." No, you're good. But this is the internet. I only took one philosophy class in college. This is an elective. You've taken more than most people have. Most people haven't taken philosophy classes. And like I said, the problem is that academic departments are shrinking unless like people who aren't taking STEM are at a disadvantage because a lot of these departments in the art and humanities of many campuses world of nationwide are shrinking unless they are devoted to certain protected groups, we'll say. Senator Soweto says atheists are found in communities of people who are shielded by their privileges. It prevents them from seeing a spiritual world. That's not true because, like I said, as long as there's been religion, there's been atheists as long as there's been religion. The Bible talks about them. Like I said, they don't out and out call them atheists. They call them Epicureans in the Old Testament. But when the Old Testament writers were talking about the Epicureans, they were complaining about people who pretty much rejected religion. So they have always, excuse me, they have always been the case. They're not just people of privilege, and I'm not a person of privilege. And I've, you know, there there are many poor. That's sort of insulting. That's kind of saying that poor people aren't smart enough to be atheists, and that's just patently false. Poor people are just as able to tap into being rational as anyone else. Now, if you're saying that a lot of privileged people have more access to education that might lead them to being atheists, then yeah, you can make a case of that. But to say just by default that most poor people are spiritual and people who are privileged aren't, it's just not true. And like I said, that's insulting to poor people to say that they can't be as rational. It says true that atheism is found in those communities. It's not a matter of intelligence, it's a matter of blindness. I don't know. Is it a matter of blindness or is it a matter of being more rational? I think it's a case of being more rational because the great thing about atheism is it's a common sense belief. When I say it's a common sense belief, that means it's a belief that you can arrive to without having any sort of higher education. Justo says, I think to assume God doesn't exist, one will have to assume that Earth and nature was created randomly and happened spontaneously. Randomly and happens spontaneously. A lot of things happen randomly and spontaneously. That's literally why we have probability. And at the at the most fundamental aspects of physics, we have the laws of probability that govern quantum mechanics. That was one of the things that people didn't like about the aspect of um, quantum theory is that it made basically everything chancy and probabilistic. But it seems that that's just how nature is, chancy and probabilistic. If you want if you want certainty, then that's religion. But if you want to look at things from a realistic viewpoint, then you have to be comfortable with the fact that nature is is chancy and probabilistic, which is why we develop laws of probability to discern those things. Right. So Zuno shots. That's what I was saying. That's kind of asinine to think that poor people can't be atheists, because that's kind of like a slight to them, saying that they can't be rational. Like I said, I'm not rich and I've never been, but I've been atheist since I was a teenager, before I went to college. So, or in like my first year of college or whatever. But even when I was in high school, I wasn't a believing person. But Shadow says, for example, as we know, Quran is discovered 1400 years ago, but recent studies prove the scientific facts in Quran is true. You can research it, bro. I don't know what that means. Um, I haven't. I've read through the Quran just as I've read through the Holy Bible, and I have not discovered any scientific facts in it. It's not even, and most people who are Quranic scholars don't tell you to read it as a form of, in, as a form of empirical investigation. So I don't know what that means. Sorry, and I'm not trying to insult your faith. If you're of Islamic faith, then that's what's up. But I don't think that any of the major religions can be used as evidence for any sort of scientific facts. Science has been independent of religion ever since, like I said, the ancient Greeks, called the Ionian philosophers, decided to start Western philosophy by rejecting religion. Very silly, just as I'm an optimistic nihilist. I guess. I guess you can be optimistic nihilist. I don't see why not. She also just type Quran mentioned this recent scientific discovery. Dude, there's a such thing as being open minded, but you should never be so open minded to just let your brain fall out. How can the Quran discover something 1400 years ago? That's not how science works. Science works in the here and now, not 1400 years ago. Things that is things that were just discovered 20, 30 years ago have been refuted, because scientific methodology is built on progress. It's built on falsification and verificationism. You can't, like, that that's antithetical to going into something written 1400 years ago, before there was modern science, which was modern science was invented by Galileo. He's considered the father of modern science. And up until that point, the overthrow of Aristotelianism during the Age of Enlightenment, we didn't have much science going on after the fall of Rome. With the fall of Rome, we fell into the Dark Ages, or the early Middle Ages, to be more precise, which lasted 1,000 years before we got into the Renaissance and eventually the Age of Enlightenment, which is considered the modern era of civilization. There was, I won't say there was no science going on, but there was very little in scientific innovation going on um, during the Middle Ages or during the times of antiquity. And definitely not on YouTube, because YouTube is not a good source of research information. You know that's a running joke, saying YouTube researchers shadow. That's a very long running gag that people who are illiterate do their YouTube research. um, Justo says, "Can you prove that God doesn't exist?" So this is another good philosophical question. Thank you, Justo. You asked like two bangers so far, right? Um, so there's a question in philosophical logic of whether you can prove a negative, and most people think it's impossible to prove a negative. You can prove a negative. It's just very, very hard to do so. Very hard to do so. Um, but what we can say as far as talking about God is that absence of evidence after years and years and years and years of searching coming up short. Sorry, my live just glitched, guys. Hope you're still with me. I'm trying to answer Juice Dope's question. He said, "Can you prove that God doesn't exist?" So I was going to say that in logic, it is possible to prove a negative, but it's very difficult to do so. But when it comes to an empirical question like, "Can you prove that God doesn't exist?" What I will say is that, and this I'm and a lot of stuff I'm getting directly from my own professors, guys. I'm not clever enough to come up with this on my own, although I wish I was. Absence of evidence after a long time of looking and coming up with nothing becomes evidence of absence, which means that if you if you're looking for something and you can never find it, that becomes evidence that that thing doesn't exist. So, what's an example of that? So if, say you're right now with someone, they say, "Hey, there's a leprechaun on the table," and you look, he's like, "Where?" Like right there. It's like I can't see anything. So they say, "Oh, well, it's invisible." Okay, well, it's invisible. Why can't I hear it? Oh, well, you can't hear it. His sounds are his the sounds he make are imperceptible. Okay, why can't I smell him or see him leaving some sort of footprints on the table? Well, those can't be perceived by humans. And then after this round of question that keeps going on and on and on, you realize there's just no leprechaun on that damn table. So I hope that answers it. Shadow, like I said, you can tell me you researched this. I'm not going to look up what the Quran discovered 1400 years ago. You don't you don't make retroactive you don't make scientific discoveries that way. You make them forward, not backwards. I don't I can't explain that to you better unless we're just having a confusion of words here. Justo says just because you can't physically see or feel something with your senses doesn't mean that doesn't exist. No, what I'm saying is, sir, is absence of evidence becomes evidence of absence once you've looked long and wide for it for so long that it just becomes apparent that there's nothing there to what you're looking for. And I just gave the example of the leprechaun. Like I said, if someone says there's a leprechaun on the table, but you can't see it, you can't hear it, you can't smell it, you can't feel it, it leaves no evidence of its existence on that table or anywhere, and you've looked, you start using an electron microscope. Okay, you 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 look at you look at the things on the table to see if it's been disturbed from its presence. Nothing. You see if it's ever eaten to stay alive since it's been on that table, or or it's excretions. Nothing. You try to see if there's any other thing that corresponds to that thing in the world that would give indirect evidence of it. Nothing. You just keep coming up with with zeros like LeBron in his playoffs. But no, those. But you just there's just you just keep coming up with nothing. No matter how much you search, no matter how long you research, just keep coming up with nothing. That becomes evidence that there's nothing to discover there, and that's literally what's happened with looking at the Judeo. excuse me, the Judeo-Christian God, people have looked for over 2,000 years. At some point, you just gotta say it doesn't exist. Yeah, I have been on a long time, Angels. Thanks. Answer my question, bro. I thought I did. You can re-ask it because I'm not. I can't scroll all the way up to find out where that was. Juice Dope says aliens. What's your opinion on dreams? Is someone? Wait, let me first go. So my opinion on dreams. I'm not sure what you mean, but from a psychological perspective, like I think I explained this to an old friend of mine. um, one of my old one of my friends from the sister sorority to my fraternity. She I was explaining to her dreams and things like REM sleep and some other nerdy aspects of it. I don't want to go into the different neural structures and stuff, but I told her like basically like dreaming is like running your brain on defrag. And she was like, she got exactly what I meant. She was like, "Oh my god, you're such a nerd," but she knew what I meant when I was like, when you're dreaming, it's like basically you're running a mental defrag program. That's how I see it. Also, along the lines of what Freud has discovered about dreams, like I think his first book was on the interpretation of dreams, and he started the whole dream analysis sort of thing. Was he wasn't right about everything about the aspects of dreams, but I think he was right that a lot of our day-to-day anxieties and worries and fears get deposited into our dreams, like things that we have that we think about and worry about often come up in our dreams. So Juice Dope says, if someone saw God in their dreams, could that be used as evidence of the possibility of its evidence of its existence? No. We see all sorts of weird things. So you don't have to tell me your dreams, but think about it. I've guaranteed I'm guaranteed that you and everyone else in this stream, including myself, have had dreams of weird things that don't exist. Are we gonna you know how weird it would be to say that everything exists just because we had a dream of it? Ugh, thank goodness that's not the case. We've all had very weird dreams about very weird things, and we're happy when we woke up and found out that those things weren't real. We even had a thing in psychology called the succubus, which was supposed to be like a demon that put these terrifying thoughts into our heads as we dreamed. So yeah, dream would definitely not be evidence of anything other than you thinking about something while you're unconscious. Dion Baker says Trump 2024. Delphi says, did you take care of your mom today? I'm not gonna get into that because I think that's something sketchy and I, yeah, succubus. They they can be sex demons. Let me look up just to make sure I'm not confusing succubus with the other night demons because you're right because I remember that from an anime. Da, 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 In folklore, a succubus is a female demon or supernatural entity that appears in men's dreams to seduce them, usually through sexual activity. The male equivalent of a succubus is called an incubus. Okay, that's what I was thinking of. The incubus, which is a demon in male form that seeks to have sexual intercourse with sleeping women. Um, yeah, so I may have gotten that wrong. But um, the demons that was supposed to exist that gave you bad dreams, because there's a different type of night. There's something worse than a nightmare. They're called uh dream like night terrors. Night terrors are like more vivid and scary than nightmares, and those were blamed on these supernatural things. So, um, and I thought it was succubus, but yeah, I do remember succubus refers to mostly sexual things of a sexual nature, but I think they do also cause were believed to cause nightmares, not just sexual things, if I remember my psychology correctly. And no, I don't believe in succubus. I was saying no, what I was saying was there was a belief in fuck and excuse me in folklore that there were demons that caused us nightmares and night terrors. Um, and I was just talking about why it would be absurd to believe that things in our weird nightmares and dreams would exist just because they appeared in our dreams. Because obviously that's crazy. If I see a unicorn in my dream, doesn't mean they really exist. Um, how about this? Have you ever had a dream where you were eating something delicious just to wake up and be like, "Damn, I'm really hungry." I've had dreams where I was eating like I think like pancakes and bacon, and it was good as shit. Woke up and I'm like, "Damn, I thought that was real." So the pancakes and bacon didn't really exist, but back in my dream it did. Like I could taste it, I could feel it, but yeah. Why is it that I feel more refreshed in the first 30-minute nap versus 8 hours sleep? So it gets into the different. So you know, there's different stages of sleep, right? Um, you got stage one, stage two, stage three, stage four. Um, the deep sleep, and in case you're wondering, REM sleep is not the deepest stage of sleep. They all kind of refer to different brain waves, like you have alpha waves, theta waves, so forth. Um, this is how sleep researchers can tell what stage of sleep you're in by seeing what brain waves are being emitted while you're sleeping. So the deepest stage of sleep is just like pure blackness. There's no dreams, no anything. Oftentimes, people who are deprived of sleep will enter into that deep stage of sleep, and they will be woken up out of it through like an alarm clock or something. It will make them feel very exhausted. Whereas if you get to naturally cycle through stage one, two, three, and four, then you'll feel refreshed. So if you can cycle through the stages of sleep through a 30-minute nap, you'll probably feel more refreshed than someone who's like only gotten 2 3 hours of sleep, and so they take a 20 minute nap, and they just instantly fall into the deep stage four sleep and are jolted out of it and feel like worse than if they haven't slept at all, if that makes sense. And sorry, I thought you were going to say something inappropriate above, so no, my apologies about that. But so getting back to, did you take care of your mom today? So she did her own thing. Like I said, she went to church with my niece in the morning. I did want to go, kind of, but I didn't. I kind of wanted to go, but I don't like church because I don't like the. Well, this happens at black churches. I hate like at the end when you gotta hug your neighbor, like the person sitting next to you, like, "Hello, neighbor. Yes, I love you, neighbor." I don't want to. I don't want to hug people. I don't want to hug people I don't know, and I no. I didn't. That's the only reason I didn't go for it, just because I hate that part at the end of the service where you gotta hug the person sitting next to you, and ugh, no. And then afterwards, she went to my grandmother's house and took her some food. And but that's not to say I still might not do something else for her since she already had a full day. So Juiced Up says, I didn't say it exists because you saw it in your dreams. What I meant is that there's a possibility of its existence because you witnessed it in a dream. So that gets into the whole realm of possibilities. This is another philosophical subject, Juiced Up. So not every possibility should be taken seriously. So you have different possibilities that we talk about in logic. Um, like typically typically genuine possibilities are ones that are physical things that are physically possible, right? Um, then you have things that are practically possible, because just because something is physically possible doesn't mean it's practical for everyone or everything. Then you have logical possibilities, and that can be and logical possibilities can be broken down as well. But I don't want to get into all the aspects of lots of the different types of logical possibilities. I'll just say that when it comes to genuine possibilities, things that can be like taken seriously, um, something that you saw in a dream or read about or heard about, are just those are logical possibilities. That doesn't mean they should be taken seriously. Logical possibility A logical possibility is just something that doesn't yield a patented contradiction from thinking about it. But that doesn't mean it should be taken more seriously than that. And then, like I said, you can break down different types of logical possibilities, which we don't want to do that here. I would take genuine possibilities to be things that are physically possible. And just seeing something in a dream doesn't make something physically possible. It just makes it conceivable or imaginable, which is a different type of possibility. Things that are conceivably possible. All right. So meaning there's like a 1 in a million chance of it being real because you witnessed it in a dream. It creates the possibility of its existence. No, that's no. Being a Like I said, being able to conceive of something doesn't make it genuinely possible. A genuine there's a high is a higher bar to meet for something that is genuinely possible compared to something that is merely conceivable. It's conceivable that I can conceive of the I can conceive of the perfect burger. Doesn't mean that there is one. There are people that say that they got their premonitions through their dreams. Premonitions are typically things you have while being conscious. Being in a dream is an unconscious state. Being in a conscious state is when you have premonitions about things. And often the case, people do have, I guess you could call it premonitions or whatever, about things in dreams. And more often than not, they turn out to be wrong. But it's a sort of bad thinking, or what we call type 2 errors in statistics, where you 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 count all the hits but you forget all the misses, right? So um, you'll forget about all the other times that you had a dream where that thing didn't ever occur, but you'll remember the one time or two times that it has occurred. One of the most common dreams that people have are about plane crashes and stuff like that. But most of the time they don't occur because planes are the most safest way to travel. But when you finally do see something on the news about a plane crash, you're like, oh, I had a dream about that. But yeah, you're just basically confirming your own biases. Like, it's selective thinking. You you only confirming it because it happened way after the fact, but you had nothing to disconfirm all those other times you were wrong about all those other things. Justo says, I've had UFO dreams before, never witnessed it in real life, but seeing it in a dream created the possibility of its existence in my mind. The dream felt vivid. I saw the UFO explode, and it felt so real it scared me away. I get you, but think about it. Of course, you're gonna have dreams about UFOs. UFOs have been part of the common psyche for like the last 70 years, since the sci-fi movies of the 50s. So everyone has a concept of UFOs and might, and we've had so much sci-fi literature, movies, TV shows, and so forth, that of course people will have thoughts about UFOs and aliens and stuff like that. Yeah, Delphi says, like, I had a dream about I was naked at school. That doesn't mean it's real or going to happen. Exactly. Hope not, right? Like, the the presence of something in the dream or the absence of something in the dream doesn't make it real or not real. The dreams dreams are dreams don't have that capacity. Like I said, dreams are basically, to put it from a neuroscientific perspective, are just basically your mind running a defrag program while you rest. And often the content of those dreams happen to be the things that we are thinking about actively, or worrying about, or have fears and desires about, that get displaced into our dreams. That doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that the truth value, that there's actually any truth value in those things. Gotcha. So anyway, I'm gonna let you go. Um, and I need to go. It's been, oh my god, 4 hours. Shit, what time is it? All right, yeah, I gotta go, guys. It's been nice chopping it up with everyone, but I'm gonna bid you guys adieu. Thanks for everyone contributing. Thanks, Dilfit, Son of Soweto. If any of you guys are on, Mrs. Contrarian, you can go back to doing what you're doing. I'm pretty sure you're about to go to lunch anyway. Thanks, Dilfit. I appreciate it. I will have another live stream probably tomorrow. Okay. Thanks, guys.